When ancient man looked to the heavens for guidance from the gods, he noticed star patterns and began to document their movement across the heavens. The ancients believed that the earth was flat, but around 350 BC, Aristotle proved that the earth was round. Later, about 150 AD, Ptolemy presented the geocentric theory, the belief that the earth is stationary at the center of the universe, with the sun, moon, stars, and planets revolving around it in complex orbits. In the 1500s, Nicholas Copernicus of Poland presented the heliocentric theory, the belief that the earth revolves around the sun as it rotates on its axis. This aspect of astronomy evolved into an intricate study of planetary motion known as orbital mechanics. Today, orbital mechanics is applied to space flight and satellites that orbit the Earth or travel beyond our solar system. In the early 1600s, Johann Kepler, a German mathematician, using the data on planetary observations collected by the Danish scientist Tycho Brahe, developed 3 laws of planetary motion. Kepler's first law states,
all planets move in elliptical orbits with the Sun at one focus and the other focus empty.
Applied to Earth satellites, the center of the Earth becomes one focus, with the other focus empty. For circular orbits, the 2 foci coincide. Kepler's second law, the law of areas, states,
the line joining the planet to the Sun sweeps over equal areas in equal time intervals.
When a satellite orbits, the line joining it to the Earth sweeps over equal areas in equal periods of time. If areas 1, 2, and 3 are equal, times 1, 2, and 3 are also equal. Therefore, the speed of the satellite changes depending on its distance from the center of the Earth. Speed is greatest at the point in the orbit closest to the Earth, called perigee, and is slowest at the point farthest from the Earth, called apogee. It is important to note that the orbit followed by a satellite is not dependent on its mass. A large, heavy satellite could be in the same orbit with a small, light one, each sweeping out equal areas in equal periods of time. Kepler's third law, the law of periods, relates the time required for a planet to make one complete trip around the Sun to its mean distance from the Sun.
For any planet, the square of its period of revolution is directly proportional to the cube of its mean distance from the Sun.
Applied to Earth satellites, Kepler's third law explains that the farther a satellite is from the Earth, the longer it will take to complete an orbit, the greater the distance it will travel to complete an orbit, and the slower its average speed will be. Isaac Newton, the father of classical mechanics, laid the groundwork for orbital mechanics. He combined the work of Kepler and others to formulate the law of universal gravitation and the 3 Newtonian laws of motion. While Kepler's laws provided a conceptual model of orbital motion, Newton's laws provided the foundation for the mathematical description of orbits. They explain why a satellite stays in orbit. Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Any two objects in the universe, such as the Earth and the Moon, attract each other with a force directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
Stated more simply, the more massive the objects are, or the closer they are, the greater the gravitational pull between them. Newton's first law of motion.
A body in motion will keep moving at the same speed and in the same direction unless acted upon by an external force.
A satellite moves in a curved path around the Earth because the Earth's gravitational pull acts as an external force on it. Newton's second law of motion.
If the sum of the forces acting on an object is not zero, the object will have an acceleration proportional to the magnitude and in the direction of the net force.
Newton's second law states that force equals mass times acceleration. It is this mathematical equation and the equation for universal gravitation that forms the basis for calculating orbits. Newton's third law of motion explains how a satellite gets into orbit.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
If you blow up a balloon and let it go, the balloon is pushed forward by the action of the air rushing out of it. A rocket's exhaust gases are like the air rushing out of the balloon. The following illustrates how a satellite stays in orbit. If a man stands on a mountain and fires a projectile horizontally, gravity will cause the path of the projectile to curve downward and it will strike the Earth. However, if the man fires the projectile fast enough at a specific speed, the curvature of its path due to gravity will match the curvature of the Earth under it. The projectile will then fall around the Earth, becoming an Earth-orbiting satellite. A projectile fired even faster will have a flight path away from the Earth, but gravity will act to slow the projectile down, change its flight path, and pull it back toward Earth. If the projectile's velocity increased enough, a velocity sufficient to escape the Earth's gravitational pull will be reached. This velocity is known as the escape velocity. It is equal to about 7 miles per second at the Earth's surface. The preceding description did not consider atmospheric drag and the Earth's rotation, both of which will affect the trajectory of the projectile. It illustrated the principles governing a satellite's orbit. There are 6 numbers called the orbital elements, which specify the size, shape, and orientation of an orbit in space, as well as the location of the spacecraft in the orbit. Based on an orbit which is an ellipse, the 6 orbital elements are length of the semi-major axis, eccentricity, inclination, right ascension of the ascending node, argument of perigee, time of perigee passage. The major axis of an elliptical orbit is the line joining the perigee and apogee. This line is also referred to as the line of apsides. The first orbital element is the semi-major axis. It is simply 1/2 the major axis. Circular orbits have no apogee or perigee. Therefore, the semi-major axis is simply 1/2 the diameter of the orbit. The semi-major axis is used to define the size of the orbit. From this, the orbital period, or time that it takes for the satellite to complete one orbit, can be calculated. The shape of an orbit is defined by the second orbital element called eccentricity. For all ellipses, the value of eccentricity lies between 0 and 1. The larger the value, the more elliptical the orbit. A spacecraft in Earth orbit with an eccentricity equal to or greater than 1 will escape the Earth's gravitational field. When orienting an orbit in space, a three-dimensional coordinate system must be defined. The coordinate system commonly used is the geocentric equatorial coordinate system, which has its origin at the Earth's center. This coordinate system is a non-rotating reference system in which a satellite's orbital plane tends to remain fixed relative to the stars while the Earth turns beneath it. The XY plane is the Earth's equatorial plane. The positive x-axis points to the vernal equinox. This is the point where the Sun appears to cross the Earth's equator on its way north on the first day of spring each year. The z-axis is along the Earth's spin axis toward the North Pole. Nodes are points in a satellite's orbit which intersect the Earth's equatorial plane. The ascending node is the point at which the spacecraft crosses the equator going from south to north. The descending node is where the spacecraft crosses the equator going from north to south. The line joining the two nodes is called the line of nodes. The orientation of an orbit is determined by three orbital element angles. The right ascension of the ascending node is the angle between the x-axis and the ascending node. It is always measured eastward from the direction away from the vernal equinox in the Earth's equatorial plane. The argument of perigee is the angle between the ascending node and the point of perigee. It is measured in the orbital plane in the direction of spacecraft motion. Inclination is the angle between the equatorial plane and the orbital plane. A satellite which has an eastward velocity component at the ascending node has an orbital inclination lying between 0 and 90 degrees. Such an orbit is called a prograde orbit. A satellite which moves due north at the ascending node is in a polar orbit. Polar orbits have an orbital inclination of exactly 90 degrees. A satellite with a westward velocity component at the ascending node is in a retrograde orbit and has an orbital inclination between 90 and 180 degrees. The 5 orbital elements explained thus far describe the size, shape, and orientation of the orbit in space. The final element is a time value used to locate the satellite in its orbit. A satellite moves in a very predictable manner. It stays on schedule. Thus, if the time at which a satellite passes a particular point is known, the time when it will pass any other point can be determined. The particular point chosen is perigee, and the time of perigee passage is the last of the 6 orbital elements. The 6 orbital elements depict a spacecraft's orbit in non-rotating coordinates. To visualize an orbit relative to the rotating Earth, a projection traces the spacecraft's position on the Earth's surface. The projected path is called the ground track. As a satellite orbits the Earth, the ground track shifts westward. There are 2 causes for this. First, the primary contributor is the Earth's rotation toward the east under the orbital plane. Second, because the Earth is not a uniform sphere and bulges at the equator, its gravity is greatest at the equator. This causes the orbital plane to rotate slowly around the Earth's polar axis in a motion called precession. Precession is toward the west for prograde orbits and toward the east for retrograde orbits. For low Earth orbits such as those of the Space Shuttle at 150 miles altitude, the westward shift of the ground track due to the Earth's rotation is about 22.5 degrees, while the shift due to precession is only about a half degree. The inclination of a satellite orbit determines the north and south latitude limits of its ground track. The minimum orbital inclination is equal to the latitude of the launch site and is achieved by launching due east. For example, if a satellite is launched due east out of the Kennedy Space Center, which is located at 28.5 degrees north latitude, its orbital inclination will be 28.5 degrees, and the limits of its ground track will vary between 28.5 degrees north latitude and 28.5 degrees south latitude. If launch azimuth or direction of flight at launch measured eastward from due north is increased from due east, the orbital inclination angle increases as well as the maximum latitude of the north-south ground track. Therefore, the latitude limits of the ground track equal the new launch inclination. Similarly, if launch azimuth is decreased from due east, orbital inclination once again increases as well as the latitude limits of the ground track. The maximum practical inclination from a Kennedy Space Center launch is 57. The longer daylight hours occur in the middle of the year, summertime. If daylight conditions are required for a convenient emergency landing site for the Space Shuttle, the launch window would now look like this. During the winter months, the available launch window for lighting conditions alone can be as little as 3 hours per day. When combined with the many other launch factors, the launch window becomes even more constrained. The choice of a particular launch vehicle for a mission depends upon the weight and size of the payload and the desired orbit. Expendable rockets used to place spacecraft in orbit usually consist of several stages that may incorporate both solid and liquid propellants for propulsion. When the fuel in each stage is depleted, the spent stage is jettisoned. Staging offers the advantage of discarding weight when it is no longer needed. The Space Shuttle is a two-stage system. At liftoff, the 2 solid rocket boosters and 3 Space Shuttle main engines are all producing thrust. After approximately 2 minutes of flight, at an altitude of 25 miles, the fuel in the solid rocket boosters is depleted and they are jettisoned. The 3 main engines, fueled by liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen carried in the external tank, continue to burn for several minutes until the shuttle reaches its cutoff velocity. At this time, the main engines are shut down and the external tank is jettisoned. 2 additional burns using the orbiter's maneuvering system referred to as ohms are required to place the orbiter in its final orbit. The ohms 1 burn occurs about 2 minutes after main engine shutdown and establishes the orbital apogee point. The ohms 2 burn takes place approximately 30 minutes later and circularizes the orbit. Once satellites are launched and put into orbit, it is often necessary to change the orbit with an on-orbit burn. The common term used in describing on-orbit burns or engine firings is delta V. Delta V is the incremental change in spacecraft velocity measured in feet per second resulting from the burn. The amount of fuel used during a burn depends on the desired delta V change and the mass of the spacecraft. Because the amount of fuel carried is limited, fuel consumption is one of the primary considerations in spacecraft mission planning and is critical to orbit lifetime. On orbit, a spacecraft can thrust in any direction. Burns along the flight path, forward and backward, are the most common. A unique feature of any orbital burn is that if no other burns occur, the spacecraft will later always pass again through the point of burn. Forward burns increase the spacecraft's velocity and are known as posigrade burns. With posigrade burns, the flight path of the vehicle will be raised at all points except the burn point. Burns opposite the direction of flight, which slow the spacecraft down, are called retrograde burns. For retrograde burns, the orbit will be lowered at all points except the burn point. The greater the delta V, the greater the difference between the pre-burn and post-burn orbits. Burns can be combined into maneuver sequences to change orbit size, shape, or orientation. One of the most common maneuver sequences is made up of 2 burns and is used to accomplish an orbit transfer between 2 circular orbits in the same orbital plane. The most energy-efficient transfer between 2 orbits of this type is the Hohmann transfer. The Hohmann transfer is actually 1/2 of an elliptical orbit with its perigee in one of the orbits and its apogee in the other. The burns occur at the perigee and apogee of the transfer orbit. The use of the Hohmann transfer minimizes the delta V required, thus having the advantage of using minimum fuel. The disadvantage of the Hohmann transfer is that it takes longer than most other transfers. The type of the transfer sequence depends on the mission and the amount of fuel available. For example, a space rescue where time is critical might use a fast transfer, while a routine satellite deployment where fuel saved for later use is important would most likely use a Hohmann transfer. The burns discussed so far have all been maneuvers in the original orbital plane and do not affect orbit inclination or node position. There are situations which require an orbital plane change, such as setting up a rendezvous or placing a satellite in an equatorial orbit. To change the inclination, the thrust vector must be directed at an angle to the orbital plane. A thrust with a component that is perpendicular to the orbital plane at either the ascending or descending node will rotate the orbital plane about the line of nodes. A northerly out-of-plane thrust at the ascending node will increase the inclination of a prograde orbit, while a southerly thrust will decrease it. Out-of-plane thrusts require considerable amounts of fuel and are performed only when absolutely required. The Space Shuttle, for example, using all of its onboard propellant, is capable of an on-orbit plane change of less than 3 degrees. Satellite orbital planes and altitudes are determined by their design mission, which very often includes a field of view requirement for optical or communications purposes. The field of view of a satellite is defined as the area of the Earth's surface that is in view from the satellite at any given time. Satellites in high orbits have greater fields of view than those in lower orbits. For example, a satellite at an altitude of 800 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 4,100 nautical miles. A satellite at 200 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 2,000 nautical miles. Low-orbit satellites are often used for photography and other types of Earth observation. A satellite placed in a low-inclination circular orbit at an altitude of about 19,300 nautical miles will have an angular velocity exactly equal to that of the Earth's. The satellite would seem to remain stationary in longitude as viewed from the ground. Such orbits are called geosynchronous and are used to provide a continuous communications capability among any system of ground stations within their field of view. The geosynchronous orbit field of view is constant and is limited to a latitude zone of about 70 degrees north and south of the equator. Effective satellite communications from geosynchronous orbit is not possible at either pole. However, because of their altitude, their field of view covers nearly half the globe. A special type of geosynchronous orbit with an inclination of 0 degrees is called a geostationary orbit. It appears to hover over a fixed point on the Earth's surface at the equator. Most U.S. communication satellites are in geosynchronous orbits, providing near worldwide communications coverage. For effective communications at high latitudes, the Molniya orbit is used. Molniya is the Russian word for lightning and is an orbit used extensively by the Soviet Union for its communication satellites. The Molniya orbit
Okay, welcome to the Space and Rocket Review. I am EJ, your host. I hope you enjoyed that, I hope you enjoyed the, video. It's pretty good video. Okay. I have to get all of these links figured out here. So, hello. How's everybody? Everybody doing? Dude, this doesn't chroma? Alright. Nice, it doesn't chroma. Sweet. Okay, do we have AOS on the YouTube side of things? Yes, we do. Okay, cool. Let's start collecting links here. Okay, so how's everybody doing? Space and Rocket Review. There is gonna be no after hours tonight, after Space News. I have to go and try and figure out an itinerary for Starship, because Starship Flight 7 is on the books, 5 p.m. on Monday. 5 p.m. Eastern on Monday the 13th. Yeah. This is gonna get a little nutty. Let's see. I'm still transferring links. There's a lot. We've had a little bit of a funky schedule regarding space news here over the last couple of days. We didn't do it one day, and then we did the press conference another day. So yeah, it's been a little weird. Yeah, gotta transfer a lot of links. There's a lot of stuff. A lot of the news built up. I might need to cut some of these out. But Creeper did provide me with the links here. Thank you, Creeper, as per usual. Appreciate you. There is a lot on New Glenn as well, which is good. We got a launch date for that, too. The launch date for New Glenn is Friday at 1 a.m. Eastern. Friday morning, which is basically, that's Thursday night for us, for the gamers in chat. Let's track. Some of this might be outdated information. Okay. Are you gonna go down to New Glenn? No. No, I'm good. Man, there's still a lot of links. I should have probably transferred these before we started Space News, but I couldn't because there was a documentary on the screen that you guys were watching. So I didn't get to doing that. If New Glenn scrubs, that's not gonna be good for me. That's not gonna be great, dude. Now I gotta sift through all of this. Oh, dear. Okay, hold on. Watch the New Glenn launch from the plane. Might be what I have to end up doing. All right. Okay. It's getting really hot in here. I have all the heaters running because it is really cold outside. Dude, there is so much. All right. Okay, that goes there. That can go there. That goes there. That goes there. Yeah, we gotta put that one over there. Put that one over there. I'll put that one over there. Oh, man. Okay, there's a redundant link. There's like there's tab gore going on here. It's bad. There's a lot of them. I'm trying to get all the Starship stuff over on one side. All right, we should have enough here. I think there might be one more that I really want. Okay. Are you ready? I already got Mrs. X-Wing sick. Hopefully you have better luck. Oh, no. How was your meatloaf? Yeah, Chief, you asked that too over in Twitch chat as well. How's the meatloaf pie guy? It was, yeah, delicious. It was meatloaf with cheese and breadcrumbs mixed in. And then spaghetti. Alrighty, I need to go pee. Oh. We'll go then. We'll wait. Just say when you're back. You need 23 seconds. Back. You lie? We lie to each other now? Is that what we do? Okay. So, now that you're ready, Predominant, let's go. So, all right. Yesterday we covered a NASA press conference that entailed. Here, let me get my notes out. The NASA press conference was about the NASA Mars sample return mission, which is bringing a sample, a sealed sample that's left from the Perseverance Mars Science Laboratory program back to Earth. The press conference was basically, I'll give you the gist of this, guys. Since February 2021, Perseverance has been collecting samples at the Jezero crater. It has enough sample tubes on there for 30 samples. And it's been collecting them since February 2021. The in-house The in-house NASA Mars sample return cost mission was kind of audited early in 2024, and they figured out that it could cost up to $11 billion with a return in 2040. NASA, Bill Nelson, NASA's administrator, decided to pull the plug on the program. And what he put in its place was, he pulled the plug on the program in April of 2024. And what he put in its place was a team that was formed to assess options for the Mars sample return mission. And what that team basically figured out, what they've narrowed it down to, is two options for the Mars sample return. Option one is basically a revised version of the program that they canceled, using pretty much all the same hardware. But it would require some of the hardware to be scaled up to 20% bigger, namely the sky crane. Option one would use a sky crane similar to Curiosity and Perseverance, where they have the sky crane, it comes in via parachutes, right? And then it jettisons the parachutes, and then the sky crane hovers and it drops the rover down onto the surface. They want to do that with the Mars sample return payload. The only problem there is that, amongst other things, is that you would need your sky crane to be 20% bigger. And if it's 20% bigger, I mean, your parachutes need to be 20% bigger, to the point where you're not using off-the-shelf chutes anymore. So that's option one. Option one was supposed to cost about $7.7 billion, and it could potentially, depending on the mission outcome, have a direct return in 2035 or a cislunar return in 2040. Basically depositing, in 2035, depositing the samples in lunar orbit and then sending something to go get it. Option two is a commercial option, and it could cost between 5.8 billion and 7.1 billion dollars. And that's because of the nature of proprietary commercial hardware. We have no idea who that is, what it is. It essentially involves a much heavier lander instead of the sky crane. Yeah. Now, why am I bringing this up? Well, there was a whole bunch of questions about this, and we discussed the architecture of this program fairly in detail yesterday. So, I'll look around, chat. So we discussed the architecture in pretty big detail. The long story short of it is that NASA has no way to land something heavy on the surface of Mars. They don't. You'd have to redesign a lot of things to land, I don't know, an entire launch vehicle that's designed that has enough delta V to get from the surface of Mars all the way back to Earth or cislunar. You don't have a lander that's big enough to land stuff, and that's why they're kind of like, and that's why the program costs have ballooned in the old program up to 11 billion, because you're basically designing a Martian ascent and descent vehicle. So, why do I bring this up? Well, just a little bit of a recap in case you missed space news, but also Rocket Lab posted this today in regards to this exact subject, and this is where we will start our space news. Rocket Lab said, we can wait another year, or we can get started now. Oh yeah, the two options, NASA would come to the decision of which option it would be using in 2026, by the way. Yep, 2026. So that's why Rocket Lab said, we can wait another year, or we can get started now. Our Mars sample return architecture will put Martian samples in the hands of scientists faster and more affordably. Less than $4 billion, with samples returned as early as 2031. This is not our first encounter with the Red Planet. The orbiters, rovers, landers, and helicopters of Mars all bear Rocket Lab's fingerprints. We can deliver on MSR mission success too. Okay. So it seems like Rocket Lab thinks they can do that. They can go collect those samples for a lot cheaper. Did Brimo break the spaghetti? Absolutely not. No way. So Rocket Lab was not mentioned in that press conference at all. So a heavy lander concept. I'd be curious to. I mean, Rocket Lab's that's pretty high confidence from Rocket Lab, but once again, excuse me. But once again, how are you going to get that there? What rocket are you using? And where's your lander? You know what I mean? I'm not saying Rocket Lab can't do it. It's just there's a lot of black box stuff here that we don't know about that they may or may not be developing. We have no idea. Starship, Falcon Heavy. Yep. Either way, the messed up part is that I kind of agree with them. 2035 is 10 years away. I can't help but think in the back of my mind, SpaceX wants to send people to Mars, right? They want to send people to Mars. But also, I fully understand Elon time. Elon says they're going to get people near Mars in 2028, potentially, right? Optimistic, as per usual. Not necessarily a bad thing to be optimistic about this. It keeps people sharp. I get it. And, I understand Elon time. I've been following it for a long time. So let's see. Per Elon's own admission, right, and the rest of the people at SpaceX, for what it's worth, they take the impossible and they make it late, right? So if they're targeting 2028 and the sample return is set to come back in 2035, how late do you think SpaceX is going to be delivering on that promise? Curious. I can't help but go there and think about it, Rocket Lab website linked in the tweet has much more detail and a lot of pictures, by the way. I have a lot of space news to cover, by the way. Yeah, I get you, Bill. I understand. I have there's a lot of space news. 26 months between every window make. Can SpaceX get stuff off the Martian surface? With Starship, with Starship they could. Yeah, if SpaceX could put an HLS on the surface of Mars, provided they figure out on-orbit transfer, boil-off mitigation, a bunch of stuff that they haven't done yet that they need to do this, but it's possible. In situ resource utilization, because there's what's called a big loiter time here involved. Yeah, Bill, I'll if we have time, we'll check more into it. But yeah, it's knocked over my water. I'm trying to take my boots off. Okay. All right. There we go. So, yeah, we don't know. But anyway, guys, I'll be honest. With the notes that I was taking yesterday, and I don't mean to be a little bit pessimistic, and it's cool that Rocket Lab thinks they can deliver in 2031. That's awesome. Great. That's much more competitive than 2030 or 2035 or 2040. That's all fine and dandy. But yeah, at the end of the day, this is all talk. Even SpaceX, it's all talk. NASA's, everybody's talking, nobody's launching things. I mean, SpaceX is probably notwithstanding to this, I suppose, but with a new administration coming in, you don't know if this program is even going to get the funding. Bill Nelson theorized that even flat funding the program, which would basically put it on life support before they even start doing it, the bottom line for flat funding for the next 10 years would be about $300 million per year, per fiscal year from Congress. He said that they also said that each option can cost anywhere, nominally about $6 billion is the mean on both options there. 5 to 7 billion between option 1 and option 2. Now, I'm not a rocket scientist or an economist and strimmer math, but 300 million over the next 10 years. That's not $5 billion. That's not that. So yeah, no guarantees that this is even gonna be funded. Honestly, yeah, I'm a little skeptical. That's all. Anyway, so it's cool that Rocket Lab also, Peter Beck and Rocket Lab also looked at that, that MSR press conference from yesterday and went, really? Rocket Guy, what are you saying? I think NASA for this program should try to procure chassis that they can incorporate to reduce risk and schedule while maintaining quality. Shift technology maturity requirements and work with a commercial company to facilitate even future Mars missions passing along the lessons learned. Rocket Guy, my solution to this problem is basically that, but I mean, I don't know if mine's necessarily more candid and not exactly what you said, but NASA should be developing a Martian ascent and descent vehicle at this moment in time. They should be developing an MADV. If you want to push the boundaries of exploration further, you need more down mass capability to Mars, and in order to get more down mass capability to Mars, you need a bigger lander. NASA doesn't have a bigger lander. No one has a bigger lander. Nothing. The Curiosity Sky Crane is the biggest one. And that isn't even adequate per NASA's own admission. What is down mass? Down mass, Squall. How much mass can you land on the surface of Mars from space? Down mass capability. Let's be honest, when Rook takes over, a lot of stuff is going to change anyway. Oh, if. He still has to get confirmed, Geek. That conference was painful to listen to. Yeah, well, it was, I could have told you what they were going to say, minus the options part. Do you think there will be cameras on the Starlink dummies? I don't think so, but we'll talk more about that a little bit later. Is he not a good candidate? I think he's a good candidate. I'm not sure if politicians will, though, especially because, he did the Inspiration 4 in Polaris and stuff. I think he has something to prove against potentially skeptical politicians that don't like what Elon Musk has to say, if you really want my honest opinion. But I also trust that Rook is not, he ain't like that. From everything that I've heard from Jared Isaacman and what he said and how he says stuff, he doesn't seem to be part of that whole partisanal thing going on. But he's going to have to prove that to representatives and senators that are potentially skeptics. Jim had to do the same thing, guys. Jim had to do the same thing. EJ, why do you think they removed the cowbell vents on Booster 14? I don't know. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's most likely is what's going to happen. He's not going to cancel it. But every single one of NASA's programs needs to be reevaluated at this point. The only ones that I really don't think need to be evaluated, or the only parts of NASA that I don't think need to be reevaluated at all, are flight operations out of Houston. And a lot of the scientific mission directorate, so like Curiosity, Perseverance, James Webb, those are all fine. Yeah. And then probably all of the planetary probes that we have out there, just those are fine. Keep doing their thing. Frog in your throat. I just got what everybody else has going around. I'm getting over it, though. We'll be fine. Commercial crew. Rocket Guy, do you want what I think he's going to do, or what I would want him to do in that regard? EJ, do you buy the claim that Rocket Lab could do Mars sample return for $4 billion like Peter Beck said on X? We were just talking about that, Space Ghost. It's possible. What do I think he's going to do with Commercial Crew? I think he's going to reevaluate it and try to get Starliner working on a routine schedule. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. You know, what do I think? I don't think the Starliner program is potentially bad, to be honest with you. I think the fixed price funding on a development contract was an idiotic thing to do, if you really want my honest opinion. Yes, you heard that right. Commercial Crew was funded on a firm fixed price thing for development. Okay? Now, I know what people are going to say, well, SpaceX developed it on firm fixed pricing. Yeah, okay. SpaceX was able to offset a lot of the costs from the Dragon 1 program and commercial orbital transport services. That shouldered a lot of developments, which was also a fixed price program. Not necessarily a bad thing. Boeing didn't have that. And Boeing has never designed a capsule before up until Starliner. They've never engineered a spacecraft, period. So fixed price development is not smart. That's not a good way to run your space program. Having leeway in your cost and funding during development is what's needed. And then you move to fixed price procurement. You move to fixed pricing when you go to procurement. The fixed pricing, I think, is what caused all the problems with Starliner. Because fixed pricing on development basically incentivizes you to cut corners. Yeah. It incentivizes you to cut corners. How big do you think the chances are that China will beat the USA to the moon? I don't know, Dunfield. I don't think they will, to be 100% honest with you. And I'm not saying that just because I'm Mr. America over here. No. So I've always said two things regarding China and getting to the moon. China. China wants to get to the moon. They want to get to the moon sometime in the 2030s. In the early 2030s, from what I understand. Okay, where's your rocket? Where's your rocket that's going to do that? You need super heavy launch capability to do it. Or you could go with a very, very complicated low Earth orbit rendezvous, LOR style, in which case the challenges with that is a lot more difficult than just building a super heavy launch vehicle. That's what the Apollo program, that's the conclusion that they came to, which is exactly right. So what rocket are you going to use? And if you want to be sustainable on the moon and not just do, one or two missions there, you're going to need super heavy lift capability. Where's their rocket? Where's your Saturn V? Where's your SLS? Where's your Starship? Where is that? It doesn't exist. As far as I can tell. It doesn't exist. Now, does that mean that China won't eventually figure that out? No, absolutely not. If China really decides that they want to build a super heavy launch vehicle, which I'm pretty sure they have with Long March 9, if they decide to really go ham on it, it's going to take a little bit of time, but they'll get it. They'll get it eventually. But right now, I don't see any super heavy launch vehicle from them. Now, if SLS keeps dilly-dallying around Dunpeel, who knows? Which is why I've, said that SLS needs to launch more, not less, because right now that is still our only viable pathway to get anyone anywhere near the surface of the moon. And, I know people are going to say, but EJ, Starship, I don't give a frick. You think I want less rockets? Why would you surrender your one way that gets you the closest to the moon right now? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. But EJ, but the cost, but the cost. Yeah, compared to what? Compared to what? The other moon rocket that we have lying around? Oh, wait. The other moon rockets that we have lying around are 50 years old and they're in a freaking museum. They ain't flying anytime soon. Hey, Milan, how are you? So, yeah, anybody that's calling for SLS's cancellation is crazy. You are crazy. You are absolutely out of your mind. Will Starship be a thing in the future? Yeah, sure, absolutely. And if NASA doesn't get off their fat tail, I wouldn't be worried about China losing to China. I'd be worried about losing to SpaceX. If a private company beats you to the moon, ooh, that's going to be a little cringe. Fortunately, SpaceX is part of the Artemis program. I don't think we need to worry about that. But also at the same time, there's going to be a point where SpaceX just eclipses your entire ability to launch people into space. And I think that that day of reckoning is something that NASA should look out for. So right now, if you as Rocket Guy and I were saying, you reevaluate SLS and get it to a 4 launch a year launch cadence, then Starship becomes supplemental to our lunar program, and SLS supplemental. They work together to get to the surface of the moon like what we planned. If you don't, and SLS continues this one launch every 1.5 year nonsense that we've been like, oh yeah, that's fine, for God knows how long, then yeah, it's going to get to the point where people are going to be like, we don't want this. SLS has to do work. It has to do work. If it doesn't, we could potentially be looking at catastrophic funding losses for the aerospace industry in the United States to the tune of like $5 to $10 billion less capital invested into into the aerospace sector. Because guess what, man? If they cancel that SLS program, they cancel Artemis and say, hey, it's just use Starship. That money isn't going to Starship. That's not how budget procurement works at all. It doesn't work that way. People seem to be like, oh, cancel SLS. Just give that money to Starship. Just give that money to Starship. Just give that money to Starship. You think if you think that that's how our government capital allocation works, you need your head examined. You need your head examined. Save space flight architecture and policy to the people that know what's going on, because you clearly don't. So, yeah, SLS needs to fly more. If it doesn't, yeah, if they keep dilly-dallying around, SpaceX is going to leave them in the dust, or, worse, China would leave them in the dust. Absolutely possible, Dunpeel. Sure. But right now, I don't see that happening. But the tides are turning. So, it would be prudent to be expedient here. Daily reminder that Artemis 1 was over 2 years ago now. When are you leaving for Flight 7? I don't know. No idea. Probably Saturday, if I had to guess. Maybe Sunday. Who knows? Maybe Monday. Don't know. Haven't made the plane tickets yet. I decided I wanted to entertain you guys with space news before I go and figure out my itinerary. And even once I do know my itinerary, I try to keep that on the down low. Starship is slated to launch on Monday, the 13th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, if the weather holds. So, we'll see. Now, before that, on Friday morning at 1 a.m. Eastern Time, or Thursday night for the gamers, Blue Origin is going to attempt their inaugural launch of New Glenn. It is also on the books for Friday. Take note about another big storm moving across the country later in the week may cause flight delays. Yeah, thank you, Jim. Let's just take this stressful thing that I have to do and make it more stressful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's so helpful. New Glenn is launching soon. So nice of you. Never mind the fact that, Starship is forecasted to launch on a day where weather could potentially affect the launch. That's great, which means I'm going to have to basically be gone all next week. Yeah, so I have to allow leeway time in my itinerary in case it scrubs. So this is going to get very costly very quick, which, that's good. Purchase a one-way ticket sort of thing. I don't know if that's the right move, Rocket Guy. I have to figure it out. Why not wait for one when it's warmer? Get in the truck right after New Glenn launches and you should make it in time. I have a flame trench to do on Friday, Wisp. Now I want to do that. Is that bad? Do it from the car? Boy. Flame trench from the truck would be sick. Yeah. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, guys, this itinerary is getting a little crazy. Driving is like 30 hours. 1 day, 9 hours. So 35 hours. It'll take a day and a half to get down there if I drove nonstop, and I'm not capable of driving nonstop, so it'll take 2 days to get down there. I would budget 3 to be absolutely sure, and I don't have 3 days. That would mean I would have to leave like now, that's not happening. Revshine, I remember being so excited about SLS before it launched and before all the delays. Now it's just disappointing. Delay. Yeah, that's because that's one of the consequences of not having a hardware-rich exploration program. They didn't make enough rockets. They got to make more rockets to get this thing really working correctly. Took us 32 to get back from Florida. Yeah. Do you think Blue Origin is going to give us views of the landing attempt in real time? They have Starlinks on their drone ship, Brand, so yeah, probably. Texas and the South are going to be a mess come Friday. Not to mention another snowstorm coming. Yeah, guys, we might have to wait until flight 8, dudes. We might have to wait until 8. There's just it's just really there's no, like, yeah, the weather's being a pain in the butt. Is Starlink not a competitor to Blue Origin? Blue Origin is a launch provider, Dunpeel, so no. Your company does pharmaceutical shipping. Today has been nothing but shipping delay alerts and DC shifts. It's going to get real sketchy. That pisses you off. Need you down there for 7. If the gods say, Junie, that if the universe doesn't want you there, then it wants you there. Flight 8 might be a ship catch. Yep. I don't know. Guys, after space news, I'm still going to look into it. I'll have an answer for you tomorrow, okay? Let's just leave it that way. Anyway, so here's but in the meantime, we got New Glenn coming. Here, check this out. Ryan has been reposting some of the stuff off Blue's from Blue's website here. Take a look at some of these shots from the static fire. Are you going to end after space news? Yes, I'm going to go look at tickets and start doing a cost-benefit analysis here. Yeah, dude, their mission control is sick. That mission control is pretty cool. It's pretty good. The goldish color on the booster is really Has it really grown on you? I think it looks great. It looks fine the way it is. I think it looks fantastic. Cost benefit plus plane ticket analysis. Yep. It's nice, man. It's a nice launch complex. They really done good things with 36. Hopefully early Friday morning, Thursday night for the gamers, we see a good launch here. It looks great, dude. Anyway, Dave Limp posted this the other day that the test fairing from those shots that you just saw is off, and the real payload fairing is on the vehicle. There's a shot of it inside of Blue's horizontal integration facility, which is yikes. Dave Limp, Dave Limp, Dave Limp, Dave Limp. Dave Limp, Dave Limp. Make it pointier. It's not pointing enough. Is Jacqueline still at the port? Jacqueline is way out to sea, Mike. Yeah, it's way out to sea. This thing is going to be landing about 1,000 kilometers, about 600 miles downrange. First stage burn time is a lot longer when you have methane, right? And I know people are going to say, well, what about Starship? Starship burns time. Well, when you operate methane kind of in a more conventional manner, right? When you have a methane rocket that's designed to fly a flight profile similar to Falcon 9, right? Like, you're going to get a longer first stage burn time, and that's going to shoot you downrange a lot further. Think like Falcon Heavy center core. Yeah, that's the trajectory that this thing will fly on by itself, with no boosters attached to it. New Glenn is a monster. It's a monster of a rocket. What is that goldish material? It's called Comet. I forget what the acronym stands for. It's a thermal protection system, an in-house thermal protection system that Blue Origin is using on their stage. Yeah, it's called Comet. It looks awesome. I think that looks, dude. That's a real picture. I just want to point this out. That's a real picture. That's not like a computer graphic. That is a sweet freaking picture. Dang. Wow. Man. Is it going over the Kármán line? Yes. I mean, I hope so. Yeah. Yes, I hope. I would. But is it going to orbit? New Glenn on its first flight is doing a MEO insertion similar to SLS Drummer. Only actually it's a lot higher than SLS. The second stage engine cutoff staging point puts apogee at like 10,000 kilometers. Something like that. It's somewhere up there. On a scale of Starship to Relativity, how blue will the exhaust be? More like Relativity, X-Wing. Good scale. Can I get a link to that photo? Sure. Has that new rocket smell. First stage will be doing a re-entry burn? Yes. But Jeff Bezos calls it an exo-atmospheric braking burn. He didn't call it supersonic retropropulsion, even though that's what it is. He's got to be different. Got to be different. He said the thing. Okay, anyway, next bit of news here. Check this out. So this is coming from NASA EGS. They actually are making some pretty good headway on building ML2 here, which is that's pretty good, man. They started stacking the launch umbilical tower for SLS Block 1B and Block 2. Good stuff. I've also noticed that this mobile launcher, like I've said in the past, is way chunkier than previous MLs. Note that they're using cylindric beams here instead of just I-beams. It's way stronger. This is a much, much, much stronger mobile launcher. If you look at this thing's design and compare it to other MLs, it looks nothing like them. Yeah, there's also that's the Saren CC8800 right there. That was at Starbase, for what it's worth. Yeah, look at all the triangulation that's going on here. That is a very, very, very strong mobile launcher. Yeah, it's for a much heavier rocket, that's why. Should have painted it red. Oh, you'll get no argument from me, D-Frig. The red launch umbilical tower was aesthetic, man. When do they stack another piece? 4 months? No, probably a month, if I had to guess. Cool. Anyway, this next one is coming from Firefly regarding their Blue Ghost mission. I do have notes on this, actually. The Blue Ghost mission is going to launch on a 60-day mission duration with a 45-day transit window and a 15-day surface stay on the moon. Firefly is reporting that it's loaded up with hypergolic propellant and Mon-3 oxidizer. Cool. This will be launching on a Falcon 9, actually in a couple of weeks. I think it's, hold on. The window is 6 days long, and it starts in January of 2025. That's now, so yeah, in a week or two. Probably, something like that, if I had to guess. Yeah, I had notes on it. This is my ESA press conference notebook. That's my New Year's resolution. Take notes for all the press conferences. January 15th from 39A. The 15th? Oh, frick. Lovely. Genuine question because I don't know. Why does the tower itself have to be this chunky? I know it's supposed to carry fuel, power, and communication, but this thing feels very fat for just that. It's chunky because of SLS is a big, heavy rocket, and it needs a bigger vehicle stabilizer. I mean, this is amongst the other things that you said. The vehicle stabilization system is a truss, basically a shock absorber that's attached up the launch umbilical tower, right? That basically holds the rocket and prevents the rocket from moving back and forth during transport operations. That makes it so you have to make this a lot stronger because SLS is a big, heavy rocket. Big, heavy rocket, taller rocket needs a bigger vehicle stabilizer. So the structure needs to be built into this design. Now, Daytao, why? Why do they need to build it chunkier? Doesn't the first SLS work? Well, yeah, it works just fine, except for the fact that Mobile Launcher 1 is bending and sagging like pudding. Yeah. Turns out when you build a rocket for a 2 million pound vehicle and then decide you're not going to make that and make it put an 8 million pound vehicle on it instead, yeah, it tends to bend. Mobile Launcher 2 is overcoming some of those problems. Long story short, canceling Constellation was dumb. That was a really stupid thing to do. But that would be kind of... It's not anything I haven't said before. The other thing, Daytao, is you have to take into account is that the crawler transporter has an upwards weight capacity of 16 million pounds. So not only did Bechtel have to make a mobile launcher for a rocket that doesn't exist, they have an upper weight limit for their mobile launcher. And the mobile launcher has to be strong enough to hold up the heaviest rocket ever made. And there's already constraints. There's already constraints with the crawler transporter and with the rocket's mass. You want to know why that contract, part of the reason why that contract ballooned to like $1 billion from $300 million? Because whoever did the contracting and procurement for ML2 has no idea how a space program works. Yeah. These are the things that make EJ angry. And don't get me wrong, for what it's worth, I don't know more than NASA. But this is more of a hindsight 2020 thing. I'm not sure I would have been able to make that distinction at the time that the contract was awarded. But if it was me, I wouldn't have a program like SLS either, so who knows? What color Hulk would you be? What? Yes. Blue! No, red! I find it both cool and kind of funny how two different lunar landers are launching on the exact same rocket but take completely different trajectories to get to the moon. Yeah, Archie. Yeah, that mission on Falcon 9 is a rideshare mission. Orange. Yeah, of course. Hang on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh. I didn't write that down. I know it was a rideshare mission. Stiveri, Eva Pivey. Yeah, I forget who they're ride sharing with. It is another lander, though. Yeah, Falcon 9 on the 15th is going to launch 2 landers to the moon. Pretty cool. What is that predominant? Here, let me go over here so you can see, give credit where credit is due. So what does this say? And now I consume the rest. No. First, use the remaining structure to ingest your beverage. How important is this sequence to the beings of your region? This sweet slab suck. It is of highest importance. I will enjoy your region by doing a Tim Tam Slam. How am I feeling? I'm fine, Tara. How are you? I'll be right back. Be right back. I needed a hot beverage. My voice is bad, and just give me a second, okay? Just 1 second, maybe 2, but not 3, maybe 4, 5. Okay, give me a second. Yes, I need 23 seconds. Knew it? What the hell did you think I was doing? Okay. Okay. Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Oh yeah. Yeah, Tim Tam Slams, man. I had these imported. They're imported. They're the fine. They're the finest of the fine imports, mate. I had them imported all the way from Sydney, right? Yeah. And then I have my coffee. Perfect. Oh. Daddy chill. What the hell is even that? Sorry. So yeah, there you go. You made me want to do a Tim Tam Slam, so I went and made another cup of coffee. Yeah. Tim Tams? That's a New Zealand and Australia thing. Wouldn't expect to see an American doing a Tim Tam Slam. Yep. Oh, gosh, man. Space Daddy is Tim Tam maxing. Tim Tam Slams are when you suck up a hot beverage through your Tim Tam. Yeah, it's delicious. Heavy metal, I'll send you another care package if you want. Dude, believe it or not, they sell them in the stores here. Yeah. They sell them in the stores. You got to know which store to go to, though. Weirdly enough, they're like at our dollar stores. Which means they've probably been sitting on a shelf for a very long time. I don't know, Heavy Metal. It's up to you. No pressure. I saved the good stuff for last. Like, it's funny. My cousin of mine studied abroad in Australia and New Zealand. And she was trying to tell me, she's like, oh yeah, they have these little biscuits called, we were in my garage. She's like, you have these little biscuits, you do this thing where you suck it up through the coffee. And I'm like, what? These? And she was like, where did you get those? I'm like, I know people from all over the world. I am the eyes and ears of this institution. So, yeah. Yeah, she was like, I need one of those now. I'm like, yeah, all right. Yeah, Tim Tams are awesome. Very delicious biscuit. Well, biscuit? I don't know. Candy? Not really candy, not really biscuit. Really good, though. Anyway, back to news. So, they have them at an Arabic market near you, Pop. Really? There are dozens of us. We are everywhere. All right, so We are thrilled to be part of the Kratos. This is coming from Rocket Lab. We're thrilled to be part of Kratos' defense team for the Mach-TB program and ready to serve the Department of Defense with even more hypersonic technology tests on our HASTE launch vehicle. Excited to share Kratos' award for the Mach-TB 2.0 SEAT Prime Contract 1.45 billion will lead efforts to boost hypersonic flight testing cadence, a game changer for U.S. national security. Kratos leading hypersonics and affordable solutions to the warfighter. So Rocket Lab's gotten in on this, and ABL has gotten in on it too. They are excited to be selected as part of the Kratos defense team for the Mach-TB 2.0, serving the Department of Defense with lower costs and higher launch cadence flight testing. ABL, so Rocket Lab's still doing their thing, but ABL is actually pivoting to defense contracts, and it looks like they bagged one, which is great. Yeah, Firefly has one as well. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It goes in the square hole. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay, you can stop now. G.I. Joe. Yep, see, there it is. Firefly as well. Cool. Hypersonic testing with three different companies. Pretty good. 1.45 billion. That's great. Rocket Lab has their HASTE rocket, which is an electron rocket that flies on a low, shallow suborbital trajectory to test hypersonics. Turns out that rockets go fast, and in order to test hypersonics, you need to go fast, and rockets do that. I'll tell you what. Engineers are bad at dealing with customers. So you take the specs from the engineers physically and bring them to the customers? Yeah, well, no. I mean, sometimes they're faxed. What would you say you do here? People person. I'm good at dealing with people. Anyway. So, check this out. Next thing. Sierra Space. We build not for the few, but for the many. We are dreamers, believers, and doers. We dream big, bold dreams. Are you ready for 2025 with Dream Chase? Oh. That's nice. That's right, Billy. I'm back and I want you! Which brings me to the next thing. Eric Berger reports that their CEO, Tom Weiss, got fired. The company said he retired on New Year's Eve. Guess the dreams weren't big enough. Jake, you've never seen it with the wings unfolded like that? Dude, sometimes I don't need to commentate. Sometimes you just... Would you just look at it? Would you just look at it? Would you just look at it? Wow, would you look at that? Would you just look at it? I wish I could retire after 3.5 years. Oh, I'm looking. Would you just look at it? Borgar is back at it again. What's up, Forge?
Oh, look at this. What are you wiping the window?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That's nice and shiny.
Well, it's a 78.
Yeah, it's looking good. Looks really good.
Yeah, it's got original paint too. I mean,
Yeah.
people that owned this thing before me must have put the thing away in its Long Island, New York garage every day of its life.
Oh, go figure. Look at this. Oh,
Got it
look
for-
at
Got
this.
it for $700. Yeah, it's real clean. You can work on it. It's the things are not packed real
Right,
close
right, right,
together.
right.
There's still a lot of room. So with
Yeah.
that consideration,
Right.
you know, I'll go.
You still do it.
Part that $700.
Part that. Look at this. Look at that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, look at this. You know, when I see a car like this, first thing I do is I say, would you look at this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, would you look at this?
Yeah.
Just look at it. Would you just look at this? Hey, Creep Show, what's up, man? 4-month resub. Creep Show just had the resub. You just popped in, hit the resub button, and went. Nah, I'm all right. Would you just look at it? Chilling, man. All right on, man. Good. Would you just look at it?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, would you look at this?
Yeah.
That was not smart, shaking a drink. Well, unpausing that. That was not smart. Okay. Oh, I think some coffee went up my nose. Hewarts. Hey, Jay, side note. I'm curious if you happen to know if there are existing projects for planetary exploration like rovers, but for quadrupled robot dogs. Do you think this concept could be a real thing? What's your opinion on it? It could be a real thing, Keo. Nothing right now. Definitely will be a thing in the future. Anyway. Nose coffee. Lovely. So Tom Weiss got fired. Yep. All right, cool. Intuitive Machines update here. Okay. Jake, you're saying the Flight 7 notice to airmen for the Mexican side of the Gulf of Mexico just dropped, also stating January 14th for Starship. Nice. Fired. Would you look at that? Would you just look at what he's not looking at it? Anyway. So, Intuitive Machines, Lunar 4G LTE, Nokia, and Intuitive Machines have completed the final integration of Nokia's Lunar Surface Communication System, LISC, to Athena, set to deliver the first cellular network on the moon during the IM-2 mission. Using Intuitive Machines' expertise in delivery, okay. Data transmission and infrastructure services, Nokia's LSCS is intended to provide 4G LTE connectivity to support high-definition video streaming, command and control communications, and telemetry data on the lunar surface. In the Gulf of America. Oh, that's the... Oh yeah, Lord Gugu. I thought you were referencing our Maximalist US playthrough in Hearts. You're not, are you? Oops. Gulf of America. Well, this is weird. The dude is actually playing Hearts of Iron 4. Dude, life imitates art. Please don't imitate the art that we make here. Don't do that. Like, I killed a lot of people to take over the entire Western Hemisphere. Don't do that, please. That would. Next news. All right, let's go. Don't give them any ideas. Yeah, I know. Stop giving them ideas. What should be our next Hearts of Iron playthrough? Should we do, like, Minimalist Luxembourg or something? Can we imitate Grissom's and Scobie? Yeah. Canada Strikes Back? I'll think about it. What if NASA made a shuttle 2.0, but it was two attached belly to belly, one boosts the other, goes to orbit, and both land, of course, with the orbiter having a 10-meter diameter payload bay to carry a 9-meter diameter payload. Please hold. So that? Make the Vatican great again? Yeah, we should figure out what path we need to take to get Imperium Romanium. Yeah. If you're going to be living in Canada, the United States, and Mexico, the acronym wouldn't be USA anymore. Next news. All right, let's go. This is coming from Eric Royale with cheese. I think that would make you the Pope. Yeah, Bob. Yeah. Orbiter, external tank, SRB. It makes sense. Et nomini tanky et shuttly. I think. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it works. It's good enough. I mean, it makes sense. All right, so what's Eric Berger up to here? Go Holy Roman Empire for Germany? You could do that, dude. Shuttly. Actually, we haven't done a Germany playthrough in a long time. The last Germany playthrough that I did in Hearts of Iron was probably like 4 years ago or something. I took over the entire world. Yeah, and nuked anybody that tried to get in my way. But Hearts of Iron has gotten a lot more complicated since then. Like, a lot more complicated. By 1962, I conquered the entire world. But yeah, like I said, Hearts has gotten a lot more complicated. Since then. Like, the Navy update made the... Yeah, they completely redid how the Navy works. They've completely redone how planes work. Yeah, it's gotten considerably more complicated to play. Like, it is a lot harder to take over the entire world. On other news, Relativity is cooked. Nearly 2 years after its radical pivot from Terran 1 to Terran R, Fidelity slashes Relativity's valuation. Ooh. Oh, yeah, we went over this yesterday. Yeah, Sputnik, it would be, not great. Germany had a big content overhaul as well. The launch bubble keeps on popping. For several years, an innovative California-based launch company named Relativity has been the darling of investors and media. Relativity promised to disrupt launch by taking a somewhat niche technology in the space industry at the time, 3D printing, and a niche technology? No. Stereolithography has been used in aerospace since the 1970s. Nice try, though. And use it as the foundation for manufacturing rockets. The pitch worked. Relativity's chief executive, Tim Ellis, liked to brag that his first investor call was to Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, who cut the company's first check. Cuban invested $500,000. Not bad. This was just the beginning of the torrent of funding by Ellis, who, by November 2023, turned the privately held Relativity into a $4.5 billion company following its latest Series F funding. This was an impressive start for the company founded by Ellis and Jordan Noon. Jordan Noon doesn't work for Relativity anymore. Both engineers in 2016. Relativity's dead in your opinion? Jeez. Okay. A big bet. The Series F round occurred as Relativity was amid a bold gamble that in hindsight may have been a poor bet. In March 2023, the company launched its Terran 1 rocket for the first and only time. After this flight, Ellis announced that the company was pivoting immediately to develop the much larger and more capable Terran R rocket. It's a big, bold bet, Ellis said in an interview, but it's actually a really obvious decision. Is it, though? Is it, though? You have a rocket that's like 98% of the way operational, and you're like, nah, we're not going to do that. I would like to point out that not even SpaceX did that. They kept launching Falcon 1 until they got two orbital flights under their belt and then pivoted to Falcon 9. And that's only because they got seed money for Falcon 9 from NASA. You sure about that? Or not? You sure about that? You sure about that? With an advertised capacity of more than 1 metric ton to low Earth orbit and a backlog of launch contracts valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars, you had a viable, potentially profitable launch vehicle, and you're just like, nah, we're not doing that. Would you just look at it? Terran 1 had the potential to draw significant revenue. It could also have nabbed a share of launch contracts that have since been snared by competitors such as Rocket Lab with its smaller Electron vehicle and Firefly with its comparably sized Alpha rocket. Instead, the lack of an operational rocket meant that Relativity has likely been subsisting on little revenue since the decision to go all in on Terran R nearly 2 years ago. And it has not been an easy pivot. In September, ARS reported on some of the challenges that developing the much larger Terran R vehicle has entailed, including the need to procure large components of the rocket from outside suppliers rather than manufacturing or printing them in-house. And the business, we call that a big red flag. Big red flag, mate. Yeah, that's not great. Fidelity's financials. Until recently, it was unclear how these financial pressures and technical issues have been received by the company's investors. However, new and publicly released financial reports provide some clues. The data come from holdings reports filed quarterly and monthly by two funds operated by Fidelity Investments. Contra Fund, good game, and the Blue Chip Growth Fund. The fund reports provide information on the quality of shares held by the investment firm and its internal valuation of those shares. Uh-oh. Why would they need outside suppliers if they're 3D printing? Because they pivoted away from their stick, Lava Eagle. They pivoted away from 3D printing 2 years ago. Terran R is a friction stir welded billet plate friction stir welded aluminum rocket. It's not 3D printed like Terran 1 is. Oops. In its March 2024 quarterly report for ContraFund, Fidelity noted its holdings from the Series D, E, and F fundraising rounds held by Relativity. For example, ContraFund held 1.6 million shares from the Series D round of funding, worth an estimated $31.8 million. Thus, Fidelity valued the privately held shares at $19 apiece. By the third quarter report last year, Fidelity's valuation of those shares has fallen to $16. Oh. Ho, ho. Rocket Guy, I just don't really understand why you wouldn't keep flying Terran 1. I just don't. I don't get it. You can develop Terran R and keep flying. SpaceX arguably did that for way less money than this, dude. SpaceX developed Falcon 9 for $800 million. And that was 15 years. That was 20 years ago. Oh, okay. Even adjusted for inflation, relativity's, yeah, was valued at $4.5 billion, dude. Sounds like a board decision. I don't know who made this decision, dude, but I didn't say anything at the time because I didn't really know any better, to be honest with you, at the time. I'm way more versed in spaceflight now than I was, with your help, Rocket Guy, than I was even 2 years ago. Yeah, I could already tell you that that's a bad idea. However, in a report ending November 29th of 2024, which was only recently published, Fidelity's valuation of Relativity plummeted. Its stake in Relativity, valued at $31.8 million last March, was now worth $866,735. Per share value of 52 cents. Shares in other fundraising rounds are also valued at less than $1 each. In other words, what was once valued as a $4.5 billion company might now be worth something around $100 million. At least according to one of its institutional investors. Moreover, the Fidelity documents indicate the value of some common stock held by employees worth about $15 a share a year ago may be worth close to nothing. Yeah, Forge, they canned the 3D tanks, but kept a weird design for the domes. Turns out even their dome design is crap under load. Ended up reverting to standard aluminum domes. Yeah. Yeah, they started seeing if they could fit Vulcan's fairing and Ariane 6 fairing on top of Terran R because they couldn't shoulder the development. Dude, how do you piss away $4.5 billion, man? How does that even happen? They didn't piss away $4.5 billion. It was a $4.5 billion valuation. So little bit different. I just... Now, keep in mind, guys. Keep in mind. The company doesn't have a lot of value right now. That doesn't mean it couldn't get that value back if it follows through on Terran R. That valuation will come back. Right now, it doesn't look very good, but that's only telling you potentially half of the story. Just keep that in mind. I have not seen any Terran R hardware, Bill. Nothing. I do know that they're doing some stuff down to their launch site, down the Cape. The launch site that they completely refurbished for Terran 1. Built out an entire GSE and launch complex for it, and then used it once. They do have the propulsion. That's right, Erudite. Yeah, the Aeon engine. Relativity operates... yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, here we go. There's where they operate out of. That's Terran 1's launch pad. This is showing preliminary grading operations here, but they're basically building another HIF right here, and then another launch complex for Terran R right here. The only hardware propulsion is A on R. Yep. It's not 14. 14 is Stoke. Yeah. Stoke, Relativity, Firefly. I don't know who has these pads. I forget. Even this LC13, which is LZ1 right here, that is SpaceX is giving up the lease to this year, and the Space Force is leasing it out to Varda Space. Blue has a Launch Complex 11 and Launch Complex 12. Yeah, this whole area right here is blue. Via and Phantom. That's right, Jake. Yep. More and more Starbase Live watchers enter chat. Would you just look at it?
Yeah, well,
Would you look at that?
Would you just look at
there's
it?
a few more blemishes on the car.
Oh my gosh, just look at
the
it.
car is not
Would you just look at it? That's still funny, dude. That video is super old. LC13 is Phantom and Via. LC15 was and maybe still is ABL. Yep. Oh my gosh, would you just look at it? Would you just look at it? Actually, should bring up Space Coast. The headset noise keeps timing out. I'm going to put on Starbase Live here, guys. There we go. Let's get us some nice background noise. That's so my wireless headset doesn't time out. Hopefully there's no birds cawing this time. Anyway, let's finish this article about relativity. Just look at it. The year that video came out, me and my cousin just said that back and forth to each other for the entire Christmas. Would you just look at it? Seriously though, the car though is a 78 Fairmont. I'd take a 78 Fairmont. Maybe not when that video came out, but nowadays, yeah, sure. What keeps you up at night, Mr. Dillinger? Coffee. From 5 months ago, Relativity had difficulty printing pressure domes of the Terran R rocket. One of the documents references a large buckling event with a printed dome. As a result, Relativity seems likely to purchase these pressure domes from a European aerospace company. Spicy! It's Ariane 6's domes. So let me get this straight. Out of all the people you could have gone to get domes for your vehicle, they chose Ariane Space. I just want to mention that out loud for the record there. Wow. LC-14 was the old Mercury Atlas launch complex. John Glid flew from there. That's right, Psychove. I've stood there. I've stood at that monument, dude. I've stood at LC-14. I've seen it with my own eyes. And LC-34 for what it's worth. Want to see? Want to see? I can show you. Ready? Ready? Wait for it. I got it. I'm just looking through my pictures. Leave me alone. Here, hold up. Hold up. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where's that picture? Where the heck is that damn picture? Thingy. The best I can do is the deflectors at 34. That's the best I can do. I don't know where that picture of me standing next to the thing is. It should have been in here. But it's not. Huh. There's that. It's pretty neat. I could have sworn that picture was in here. Guess not. How about you boys standing next to a shuttle engine? That one's pretty good. You can see the Ars article in there. Yeah, that one's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. That's an old picture. That picture is 9 years old. Okay, that's enough of that. Enough of that. Saturn 1 and Saturn 1B. Well, Saturn 1 never launched from Complex 34. Oh, wait, yes it did. Yes it did. Yes it did. It never launched with people. Saturn 1B did, though. Maybe you should have Photomax. Maybe you should. Two sources said that a Silicon Valley engineer and multi-bajillionaire, Ars is not naming this person at this time because his involvement could not be confirmed, has been financially supporting Relativity in recent months and may be considering a large investment. A significant investment would give Relativity Space some funding runway to continue working on the Terran R rocket and possibly bring the booster to market within the next couple of years. Multiple people have told Ars that the development of the rocket's Aeon R main engine continues to go well, but there's still a way to go before the vehicle's ready for its debut launch. If they're being propped up by a backer, sure, but once again, that doesn't necessarily mean Relativity is totally out, guys. It's not over till it's over. Everybody said that Astra was going to go bankrupt years ago, yet they're still here working on Rocket 4.0. Yeah, that's still a thing. They did end up farming out their propulsion, though, to Firefly? Firefly? Firefly. Firefly? What about Arca? What about Arca? How many engines is Firefly leasing to people? Or selling to people? Firefly is selling to Northrop Grumman. They're obviously using their own engines. And Astra. Pretty cool. Firefly. Alright. I know people that work there. A couple of good buddies of mine actually worked there for a little while. Can't say who, though. Sorry. They will remain... That is the reason why these employees remain safely anonymous. No, it's not Leia. Be quiet. Stinging from Fidelity, losing my money, and mean my money. Okay. How do you think the new design would affect the payload capability initially said by Relativity? I thought the 3D printing was such a major factor in making it very efficient and such. Apparently it wasn't efficient enough. When can we expect Raptor 3 to fly? Jim, I would say this year. So I hope that Relativity pulls through, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure that the pivot... I'm not entirely sure that the pivot away from 3D printing was the smartest decision, especially since, you know, that was your whole stick with investors. Turns out aluminum tubes are easier and cheaper. Did you hear that Toyota is investing in interstellar technologies? No, but that's cool. Firefly, yeah, Firefly has a lunar lander. Yeah, the Blue Ghost. We just talked about that a second ago. It's launching on the 15th. I might be in Texas. Once again, I will tell you what my plans are for Starbase tomorrow. Okay? I'll have the ideas for you tomorrow. Toyota invested $44 million into Interstellar Technologies. Is Interstellar Technologies a company or just Interstellar Technologies in general? Interstellar Technologies is a company. Japan's Interstellar Technologies, woven by Toyota, a Toyota Group research unit, will lead the investor in the current Series F funding round and is expected to provide additional funding in the short to medium term. Interstellar, a privately owned space technology company, is attempting to manufacture a launch vehicle for satellites weighing under 100 kilograms and reduce the cost of accessing space. Oh boy, another small sat launcher. The rocket is grid fin maxing, you can see for yourself. Oh, that rocket, yeah. That's right! yeah, the grid fin. Here, we saw that. We saw, we saw, here, look. There you go. Oh dear. Why so many engines? Easier to make smaller rocket engines than it is to make bigger ones. Toyota does know how to manufacture things very efficiently. Yeah. Interstellar Technologies, confirmation that Joe watches, but we already knew that. Yeah. What the heck? You know, I was looking at that and going, yeah, okay, that'll work. But also at the same time, you know, okay. That's fair. Okay. Who do you think you are? I am. Did it right. Okay. Okay. Less moving parts is cheaper, no? That's their next-gen small-sat launcher called Deca. No, that's a 3D render of their next-gen small-sat launcher. Gotcha there. Gotcha! I mean, John, it really depends. I've heard of a lot of different instances in the space program or commercial space market where people took the best part is no part a little too far. Yeah. That may or may not have caused explosions for some things. I can't say who or where, but yeah. Okay. All right. So here, this is a shot from RGV aerial here of the progress on the OLM. OLM-B. This is Starship's next generation launch mount here. As you can see, it is a square. Where does the launch mount go? That's right, it goes in the square hole. That thing is gigantic, by the way. Look at the dude. Look at the dude sitting right there. This is not a small piece of equipment. Where does the circle go? That's right, it goes in the square hole. Bodojo, EJ, you're American and I'm Italian, so why does Twitch give you French ads? Sacre bleu! Sacre bleu! Mon Dieu! I remember them installing the cooling top deck. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man, because bad targeted advertising. Because of the romance language? Do you speak French, John? Do you speak French? Or Spanish? French is not romantic at all. No? It may sound romantic. It's literally called a romance language. It may sound romantic in the movies. You need to watch more movies. I know you've been asked, but I don't know if you see the MSC release trailer yet. I haven't seen the release trailer. No. Yeah. No, but in school they taught us French, Spanish, and Italian were romance languages. Oh. Quanto fagioli, signori? Por favore, signori. Quanto fagioli? John? Yeah, see? You don't speak any of those languages, so you don't know. Quanto fagioli, signori? Parla italiano, signori! Por favore! Anybody that speaks Italian just went, what? I speak English badly. Yeah, so do I. Che cosa? Mamma mia. Anyway, Bob, you said you heard that swearing in French can be like wiping your butt with silica. Mandolino. But Dojo, don't tell them what I said. Okay? That's just be our little secret there. I figure it's kind of like how folks that speak German and Yiddish can understand each other for the most part. It is, but you're completely missing the fact that I'm screwing with you, John. So I'm just gonna move on. Okay, cool. Anyway, this is coming from Starship Gazer here. Starlink simulators spotted inside of the Star Factory. Yes, here are basically Starlink V2 mass simulators. The reason why these exist here is because, well, let's see if, actually, hold on. Next. Yeah, there we go. So check this out. This is off Lab Padre. They started installing the simulators inside of Ship 33. These simulators will be deployed on Flight 7. It looks like a Pez dispenser. You know what I was just thinking, dudes? SpaceX needs a Starlink stripper clip. Am I right? Yeah? Yeah. The satellites will burn up. They will be deployed on a suborbital trajectory, yes. Yeah, we need a Starlink stripper clip here. Another Raptor Rudd at McGregor just now could actually see parts of the engine blowing outwards towards the vertical test stand. Really? Really? Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. This footage is coming from our buddies over at NSF. This is McGregor Live. These are all SpaceX's test stands. As you can see, they just watch like right here. Just, ooh. Ugh. Judging by the sparks there, guys, I'm going to go ahead and say that the turbine machinery is probably not having fun at this point. Yeah. We didn't really hear a bang per se here, but you saw sparks fly off the test cell and the rocket engine immediately stops. When the rocket engine immediately stops, what's the easy way to explain this? Your fuel pump shut off. In this case, it shut off by deciding it wanted to not be a fuel pump anymore. A rocket engine. Yeah. That very much looks like impeller failure. Or turbine failure. It could be one or the other. Whenever you see sparks fly, like watch. See right there, that wave of sparks? Right there? Yeah. Sparks usually fly when something that's spinning decides it doesn't want to be something that spins anymore. Yeah. We saw something very similar with Rocket Factory Augsburg when they had ignition inside of their liquid oxygen impeller on their engine, most likely caused from cavitation, but who knows? We never really heard the outcome of that RUD. But yeah, remember it shot sparks everywhere like that? Yeah, that's I'm like, I'd say 65.33 repeating, of course. Sure that is something with impeller failure. You have an immediate loss of chamber pressure and sparks flying everywhere. Yeah. Would that be like throwing a rod? It would be more like spinning a bearing. Yeah. Goalie, that would be like spinning a bearing at like 8,000 RPM. Yeah. Yeah. Raptor's turbo pumps are spinning way faster than that. Yeah, that, I mean, once again, it's just speculation. I'm pretty sure, though, that that's some type of impeller or turbine failure. Or having your crankshaft disintegrate under you. Yeah, man. Yeah, not great. Not great, Bob. Not great. Anyway, once again, if you want to see more of that, go check out my buddies over at McGregor. At NSF, check out McGregor Live. It's good stuff. Anyway, we got updated pictures here coming from RGV as well about the flame trench, baby. They've definitely been digging out more of this trench here. Let me see. Let me take a look. Yeah, it's gotten way down there. Look at the dump truck. Pile driver. Right here, you got a concrete pouring truck that's filling in the concrete along the commodities line right here. You could see the pipes for fueling oxidizer and methane right there. See those two main lines? Yeah, those are your fueling pipes. Those are coming from the tank farm, per the plans that we know. The square hole, this thing, should end up right around here. Close. Tieback installer. Tieback install. Oh, interesting. That's what that thing is? Okay, so it's not a pile driver. Well, not entirely. Okay, what could I use as an example? Okay, hold on. That's what popped into my head out of all the things to freaking. All right, I guess I'll just show it. Out of all the things that popped into my head, this is the one to demonstrate what that thing does. Give me one moment. Okay, give me 2 moments. Jeez. All right, so in areas where the water table is high, right? And you have you need something that goes down, like a flame trench or a foundation to a building. What engineers do is they don't drive beams down, right? But say you have your 2 sides of your flame trench here. Obviously, hydraulic pressure is pushing on the outsides of these because there's air right here and there's soil and water here because the water table is low. Like if you're drilling in wetlands, like what SpaceX is doing right now. This is your flame trench, and the hydraulic pressure and pressure from the ground is going to want to make the walls of this trench fall inward on each other. What that machine is designed to do is drill diagonal holes. Like if this is your wall, it's designed to drill a diagonal hole like this and plug. And basically build trusses, not necessarily trusses, it's more like wire that goes this way into the ground that basically anchors it and prevents the walls from moving in on each other. A very similar construction, albeit a little bit sad, was done at the World Trade Center in New York. I don't know why that's the immediate thing that popped into my head, but this is the best thing I can do to show what those look like. The World Trade Center has had a subway station underneath it. I mean, it's still there. They fixed it. But this is the 9/11 Memorial in New York City, and this is in the foundation of where the World Trade Centers once were. To build the World Trade Centers and to make sure that they didn't sink or sag, they needed solid ground to build on. So they basically built a concrete bathtub, right, in the World Trade Center. And they anchored it using the exact same technique to make sure that the walls didn't push in on each other and the buildings sink into the swamp. They fell into the swamp. That's what that machine is doing in that flame trench. It's making these. It's putting these in the wall. And once again, those are there to basically keep the walls from closing in, from falling in on each other from hydraulic pressure. Now, why hydraulic pressure? Well, once again, your water table in the wetlands is very, very high, right? If you just dig a hole right here, it's just going to fill up with water. And if you dig a hole and you evac all this, the water's still in the soil around here because you're really close to the sea level, right? So you don't have to drill down very far to get water, right? Because the ocean is like right over there. So that machine right there is putting those plugs in. It's putting the plugs in on the sides to make sure the walls of the flame trench, for the exact same reason as the Twin Towers, don't fall in on each other. That's what that thing does right there. Yeah. That's the best shot I could think of that shows this exact same thing, because that's what they did. You don't need the basement of a 70-story skyscraper flooding. That would be bad. That would be not ideal. It's smart. Yeah, they basically anchor the walls in, dude, it's just a steel pipe. It's not a pipe, it's like a steel bar. And then if you notice here, see these things out here? All right, they have a sonnet tube. It's basically a sonnet tube. It's not exactly that, but this goes all the way down. That thing drills in the vertical bore and the diagonal bore meet, and then they put the pipe in, and then they fill it up with concrete. So the pipe is like anchored in so it doesn't move, so the walls don't close in. Hey, Ironclad. Similar process is done in mines to pin the rocks together. Yeah, Andrew, exactly. I thought SpaceX didn't want a flame trench. Yeah, Zizep, me neither, until they started digging one, dude. Now over here, you have the concrete truck. This is that right there, that's a pumper truck. And the pumper truck is pouring concrete in here. Now, if you look close here, you can see there's still wooden forms up, which means this concrete is still curing. And they're still smoothing it out. You can see the dude right there with the concrete boots on, believe it or not. Yeah, they're still curing the concrete. Well, pouring and curing and smoothing it out for what it's worth. But see all the forms? And what you would want to do with something like this, you'd want to pour it in segments. You don't want to pour all at once. You pour a little bit, let it harden, pour a little bit on top of that, let it harden, pour a little bit on top of that, let it harden. That's why you kind of see stripes here. They could be doing it sideways as well. You get the idea. But yeah, pumper trucks are super cool. Basically, the pumper truck is see that pipe right there? That pipe is moving concrete while it's still liquid over here, and it's popping out of a hose right there, and you can kind of move the hose around so you can precisely pour, rather than just trying to get this thing to back up all the way to this and just dumping all the concrete out back. You can be precise with it. Pumper trucks are super cool for what it's worth. Being a construction equipment nerd, I think pumper trucks are super cool. The reach on that damn arm, dude, it reaches up like 5 stories. Probably about, let's see. It could probably reach up over like a 5-6 story building. So that's like like 15, 20 meters? 20 meter upward reach. It's pretty crazy, dude. This is called a rape. Actually doing this by the St. Laurent River in Montreal for the new jet fuel depository. Oh, sick, man. You sound like Garlic Cat, I sound like a 2.5-year-old. Dude. So, you know what, Garlic Cat? When I was a lot younger, when I was like 5 and 6, I had Tonka trucks. I had trucks. That's what I love doing, and I can't tell you why. I love trucks. I love construction equipment. I don't know what the hell that's about. You could just call me a big freaking stereotype. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. Stereotype exists for a reason, right? And then I realized that not everybody likes trucks when I got a little bit older, like when you got into middle school and high school. So I kind of stopped talking about trucks, kind of kept that on the down low and started talking about video games. But I will tell you, I always like trucks. I'm more like how I was when I was 5 or 6 with trucks than I was when I was like 16 or 17. Because I was like, oh man, nobody cares about trucks. People are going to think I'm weird. And then I just realized that the reason why I've kind of reverted to that is because I realized that people are going to think I'm weird no matter what I do. Because I'm just a weird person. Like, dude, I think this is cool. Like, I think this is sick. Look at that freaking truck right there. That truck's moving enough dirt. That dirt weighs like as much as all of my vehicles combined. It's just pulling that thing right out of there. No problem. No problem. You got a dozer right there with a brush cover, I think. That's designed to smooth out stuff. That's a dozer with a... Actually, I don't really know what that thing is called, but I don't know. I love all this stuff. I think it's super cool. There's your concrete truck. Pumper truck, excavator. Dude, this is sick. I could watch, if I had like a chair, if I had like a picnic table and a chair and an umbrella, I could sit here and watch this all day. I don't know what it is. Have you ever watched okay, this is going to sound dumb. Have you ever watched a construction site? Like, I'm weird, so I've done this. Like, you ever just watch stuff get made? It's hypnotic. I don't know what the heck that's about. Like, I don't know what that's about. It's certainly weird. Goalie's like, yeah, I have. Yeah, to see just all the stuff get put together. Dude, it's wild. Like, the other thing is, like, look at the 2 generators right there. You know that those 2 things have enough power to power, like, a small town, right? Those 2 generators right there, the big ones on the trailer. Yeah, those are very, very big generators. That looks like a track loader. This thing over here? Yeah, maybe. There's a skyscraper construction in front of where I live. I easily get distracted watching. Dude, I don't know what that's about. Watching something get made, like watching a construction site, it's like watching an ant colony. You're just like, this is sick, you know? Like, could have been your oiler. Maybe when I retire, goalie. I'd be down for an EJ Watches Work Sites podcast. Couple of lawn chairs and some beverages would be pretty chill. Dude, I'd do it. I'd do it, Urban. Oh, I'd do it too. Or, you know what, Urban? Let's shift gears a little bit. Let's shift gears. How about you and I, we go to the Ford factory in Cologne, maybe, and we stream watching a car get made down the assembly line. How about we do that? Why don't we do that? We should do that. We should do that. We should do that. Tom Brady could do that. Tom Brady could do that. Just saying. Deep factory tours. That would be sick. I would maybe like construction stuff, but your family was always close to planes, copters, spacecraft, so I'm a space nerd and didn't know much about construction. That's a shame, Yuri. There is some disgustingly cool Russian construction equipment out there. We should do that, Urban. That's a really good idea. It's a really good idea. We should do that. I bet we could get that done pretty easily. You give me a window and I'll make some calls. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Grizzly Adams had a beard. Grizzly Adams did have a beard. Possibly 350 kVA. Yep. Yeah, Andrew. Those generators are beast mode, man. Power a whole town with one of those things. It's pretty cool. We got an automated building mechanism on top of a skyscraper that is built in my city here at the moment. Awesome to watch how the building is growing. Right? Dude, it like, you were saying, you know, you're always like planes, copters and stuff. And I like all that too. I love construction equipment, but more importantly, I like watching construction equipment build spaceports. This is my jam, man. I love it. This is great. This is all the things that I like. I like rockets. I like things that go fast. I like construction equipment. I like propane and propane accessories, boy. This is all the things. This is great. Please, more of this. So the trench and soon the new OLM will be on the other side compared to Tower 1. This thing, the square, is going right here. Right there. Yeah, that piece is going to be there. Now, if it's going to be raised up or at or level or something, Zizep, we don't know. If I had to guess it, I would probably guess that the OLM is going to be level with the ground. The reason why is that we know that future versions of Starship are going to be stretched, right? So instead of having the OLM up in the air and nothing below it, right? You dig a flame trench and you lower the OLM base plate to ground level, right? And dig a trench underneath. Now, I know what people are going to say. Why don't they just make the tower bigger? The tower is very complicated. Stage 0. It's very complicated. This is a way to do this, because you got to build another pad anyway. This is a way to do it and not redesign the tower. Make sense? It's pretty smart. And from what we can tell, from what we can tell, you know, this thing is dead center right here. It's dead in the center. So we're looking at a double deflector. I think that's what they're going to do. There's the pad deluge is going to be built into the deflector. They're going to be what's called flame buckets. And you'll have twin flame buckets going on either side. So when Starship goes to launch, you'll see flames shooting out either side, Saturn V style. Why in that spot? The tower locates the OLM, Tipsy. Go to the Rio Tinto Cooper mine in Salt Lake City for big toy. Yeah. I like industrial, and I like industrial equipment. I like industrial equipment, boy. This is another RGV here. Yeah, see, there's the trench. It's behind my melon. You see on Tower 1, the OLM is to the left. Oh, that's what you're asking. Sorry, I misunderstood. Why is this tower pointed that way and OLM 1 is pointed that way? Okay. I think that's fair. That's a fair question to ask. If this tower was pointed this way in the same direction, what does the rocket have to fly over to get back to the tower? Spoiler alert, it's big and it's white and it's over there. Right in this area right here. That's why that tower is pointed in a different direction. Yeah, you don't want to fly over your tank farm to get back to the pad. That would probably not be the most ideal situation. Water. You're not wrong. There is water over there, and you know the waves is white, but that part. You're not wrong. But yeah, they're pointed 90 degrees off. Tower 1 is pointed this way, and Tower 2 is pointed, well, Tower 1's pointed that way. Or Tower 2 is pointed that way, Tower 1 is pointed that way. There's snow out there somewhere, way over there. Yeah, if you squint really, really hard. Mm-hmm. Not to mention the other tower there. Yeah. Just cover it with concrete. When I was a kid on the airfield, there was an old abandoned construction equipment and airfield equipment. People climb them, I feel. From construction, I like massive things that just look cool. Yeah, the Belaz, man. Those things are sick. It's a big boy. That's the big boy dump truck. That is the Bolshoi dump truck. Those things are great. We have something like that too. It's a what's the name of the Caterpillar mining truck? The big one, guys. That's like 2 stories tall. It's like a Cat 330 something or other. I forget the name. Build a roof. When is Pad B going to be online? $797. Thanks, Santatas. Yeah, the Cat 797. Freaking tires as big as my house. I think we're a little ways out, judging by these pictures here. Yeah, see, they're pouring right there. See the forms? They're pouring it in layers and going up and up and up and up. And then there's the holes for those plugs. There's your pumper trucks. Got 2 excavators over there. A little truck. Got some cranes. God, I love this. This is fantastic. All right, Zizip, see you, buddy. I was originally thinking mid-2025, but after seeing the progress slowing down on construction on some of the hardware for Pad B, I think it'll be even later in the year. Jake, I would have, 2 or 3 months ago, I would have told you now. But yeah, so first of all, that trench is way deeper than that other picture.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Than this other picture really kind of shows. This 3/4 shot from RGV. Hey, Santatos. Heading down to LA to cover the fires. We'll send flame nudes. Oh, please be safe, dude. I mean, I don't need to tell you, but don't do anything dumb, okay? That Palisades fire is no joke. I mean, dude, it's going from like Santa Monica all the way up to Malibu. That's a lot. Dude. I've driven through there. We drove up there during Route 154, guys. If we go back and look at the Route 154 footage, we drove up PCH in the 97. That's the area that's on fire. It's not good. Yeah, there's like a bunch of different fires going on. Done lots, will do. Haven't seen something jump up like this since the Napa fires in 17, and there was no fun to be of. Much love. All right, man. I know you know what you're doing. Just don't do anything dumb. You know what I'm saying? Keep you in my thoughts, buddy. Yeah, guys, if you have a forest fire, okay. Let me explain. The reason why this forest fire got extremely, like, spread extremely quick. One, it's dry. It's very dry. It happens. California's, at one point, it was a desert, so it gets dry. That's a thing. We have irrigated California to the point that you wouldn't know that by looking at it, believe it or not. If you go up to Palmdale, California, and you go into the high desert, that's what the Los Angeles basin looked like before there was a city there. It was a desert. Not a lot of people understand this. Okay? So it's an inherently dry area. I mean, stuff in the American Southwest like that just doesn't, it's just a low humidity environment. So when you have a low humidity environment, stuff dries out. It happens. It's the desert. Okay? That doesn't mean deserts can't encounter humidity. I understand this, right? If you have wind blowing over a fire, what it's going to do is stoke said fire, okay? And that's going to make the fire spread. It's going to make the fire more powerful. Why? Why is that? Well, if the wind is blowing over the fire, right, it's inadvertently creating induction, okay? So what happens if you have like a match and you, right? Or, well, not even a match, like you have a torch, right? And you blow on it, it's going to stoke it a little bit. If you have a wood burning stove, you stoke it with the blower, right? I don't know what that's called. Sorry, I'm from the city. I don't know what you want, right? Wind blowing over it adds more oxygen into the mix, okay? And when you add more, what do we know about mixtures from rocket engines? What happens when you add more oxygen? It gets hotter. Okay, you're generating a lot of heat here, so that fire starts to spread very, 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 very quickly, and eventually it'll get to kind of not a critical mass, I guess, but and Sentatos, back me up on this. This is what happens. Eventually, the fire, all that gas will rise, right, and eventually, you basically create a gigantic induction furnace, right, in the atmosphere. So all that hot air from the fire is burning and all that hot air is rising. And when that hot air rises, it creates vacuum over the point of burn. And you get what's called a firestorm. It basically is a hurricane. Well, it's kind of going up. Picture like a mushroom cloud in your mind almost. It's not that, but you get a firestorm, which basically turns wherever the fire is into a gigantic induction furnace. And that's why it spread so fast, because it was windy. Once it gets to a firestorm, there's really not much you can do. Santatos, just back me up, dude. Like if there's any firefighters out there, guys, sometimes the best thing to do with fighting a fire is just to let it do its thing. Fighting it is ironically going to make it worse. Like, Induction would be electromagnetic heating. No, not necessarily. Okay, I mean, Yannick, there's probably some translation problems there. It's a blast furnace. It becomes a big blast furnace. Once you get into firestorm mode, so the fire spreads enough, and all that hot air starts rising, it basically creates a vacuum. And all that hot air goes up, it blows, because all that hot air is rising, it creates low pressure, and the atmosphere tries to fill that, right? And when it fills it, you're just introducing more oxygen over the fire, and just it makes it worse and worse and worse. That's why with the California fires, like, everyone's like, where are the firemen? Where are the firemen? Dude, what are you going to do fighting a blast furnace that's the size of a small county? What do you want to do? What do you want them to do? Spray water on it? How are you going to spray water on something that's like 5 or 6 kilometers wide? What is that going to do? The best thing that you can do at that point is contain. And that's it. Could you start cutting trees so the fire doesn't have everything to burn? That's what they do, Thousand. They create what's called fire breaks. And that helps contain the fire. That's all you can do. Once it reaches firestorm, you're screwed. Like, there's nothing you can do. Just make sure everybody's out, and then make breaks, and that's it. Yeah, until the winds go away, there's no stopping this thing, man. That's how we lost the Granite Mountain Boys, yeah. Mm-hmm. Don't they sometimes do that at KSC? What do you mean? You can get out of ahead of the fire and drop fire retardants around structures to make them more fire resistant. Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of containing. It's containment at that point. Yeah. Yeah, it's, dude, yeah, no. I mean, well, how do I know about this? I took the fireman's exam once when in another life, when I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. That was before streaming. So I did a lot of studying. Well, I didn't do that much studying for it, but it did teach me a lot about how fire works. Yeah. I took the fireman's exam a long time ago. Containment is absolutely a thing. You imagine EJ is a Mr. Firefighter EJ here. Thanks for the stream. All right, Antares. Yep. We actually fought a fire with air tankers at Vandenberg in 2016 and helped save a couple launch pads. Really, Ninja Dan? That's awesome, dude. Cool. Dumb question. Couldn't you just make a big movable structure, convert cover in thermal protection system tiles? I guess, 1,000. It's probably a little more complicated than that. It's fortunate that I got to be in the cockpit, but I couldn't film anything. That's cool, Dan. Neat. Protect buildings behind the wall. 1,000. Here's your problem, okay? Remember, firestorm. All that hot air is rising, and it's stoking. It's a big blast furnace. So all that hot air rises. So you put your tiles down, right? And put your tiles out in front of the fire. The fire's going up like this, right? And yeah, that might stop ashes from momentarily being like under whatever's there, right? But what happens is those ashes get pulled way up into the upper atmosphere, and then they rain down somewhere else. And then the wind is blowing from the back end. So thermal tiles out in front would be like standing at the Colorado River and being like, I'm going to dam this up. Here, throw this rock in there. Okay, it's dammed. You're not closing the floodgates, dude. Have we spoken about starships? I had to drop out for a bit. Yeah, we're talking about how firestorms happen. Yeah, it sucks, and I just hope people don't get hurt. Yeah, guys, there's nothing you can do. You just contain it. It's about it. Now, this is probably not the right time to mention this, right? I always say, think about what you say when you go to mention things, etc., right? There are ways to, if you're going to get a dry season, remember, California's the desert, dude. I don't care what anybody says. You can blame one thing or you can blame another. It's the freaking desert. We've just cultivated it and irrigated it to the point that it doesn't seem like it's the desert. The Los Angeles basin was desert before humans got there. It was desert, sand, tumbleweed. Blank that out. It was the like desert. It's dry. It happens. Okay? That happens. Now, a way that you can mitigate this is to trim underbrush. So, forests, right? The areas that do have a lot of trees, you can clear the underbrush and do control burns. That is like maintenance for your forest, right? A forest is a living, breathing thing. Think about like, on a smaller scale, you have a hedge in your front yard, like an actual, hedge, like a plant, right? You have to trim that thing to keep it nice and healthy. You got to trim the hedges, right? You got to do that to keep it nice and healthy. Certain plants and certain ecosystems do require some limited human intervention to stay that way if we want to maintain that ecosystem as we know it. This is the reason why Smokey the Bear and the National Park Service
Discovery, go at throttle up.
exist. That is part of the reason to make sure that we're taking care of our national forests, not just from like a human pollution standpoint, but if we want the forests to stay forests, they do require some maintenance. If you don't maintain them, you're basically turning the entire forest, remember, in the desert, you're turning that into a gigantic tinderbox. Underbrush and overgrowth in a forest is like throwing matches on the ground in a very dry environment and like hoping that it's not going to catch on fire. You have to maintain your forest. This is why the National Park Service exists in the United States. That's why we do that. Now, does that happen in California? Well, one, where the fire is burning right now, it's not the National Park Service. They aren't national parks. So that's up to the local state and counties to do that. Whether they want to do that or not, I don't know. I'm not from California. I can't really speak to that issue. But I know that you can mitigate forest fires by doing control burns and trimming underbrush. That is that's maintenance. You have to maintain the forest, all right, to an extent. Only you can prevent forest fires. Yep. California doesn't really do that. Tree huggers complain if you clear any brush. Yeah, Lord Gugu, I've heard about that. I don't know if I don't live in California. I don't live there, so I'm not gonna sit here in Massachusetts and be like, you don't trim your forests. I guarantee you, if we had that problem here, the same kind of crap would happen, Like, and that's what I mean about like it not being the most ideal time to bring this up, but for the people that are curious, like, how does this happen? How does this happen? How does this happen? You can't ever prevent something like this from happening fully. You never know unless we want to cut down every single freaking tree, which we kind of need those for that whole, photosynthesis thing. That's kind of important. That whole, trees make oxygen so we can breathe thing. Don't want to do that. So you have to maintain them. You lived here most of your life. Well, there you go. Yeah. I mean, Joe, you've covered wildfires here in North Carolina in 2023. They're no joke. It's scary stuff, dude. Literally fire, walls of fire. Like straight up walls of fire. I've never seen it in person, dude. I've only seen pictures, but I know enough about fires to know that's scary. Like, it looks like hell on Earth. Like, hell personified, for sure. It's also worth noting that if we clear the hills of dry brush too much, the hills turn into mudslides when it rains. Symbiotic relationships with your environment is always been the most sustainable pathway forward. You don't want to trim down all the trees, but you also don't want to fern gully yourself and just let it grow and do its thing, because if it does, Mother Nature will do it for you. If you don't trim the hedges, nature will find a way to do it. And we're seeing the fruits of that labor in California, I think. But I don't know. I ain't from there. I'm not going to sit here and turn my nose up at it. There are people out there in the middle of a really, really bad disaster. So, now's not the time to do that. Yeah, Voodoo Raider, right? Dude, have you seen some of the... Guys, some of the video that's coming out of the Palisades is scary. Scary is what comes to mind. Flying past the flames the size of houses makes your hair stand up. It's a force to be reckoned with, right? Right? It doesn't help at all that California doesn't fund their wildlife department nearly enough. They're considered a joke in other neighboring states. It's so frustrating, Fire Fist. It's so frustrating. This is why the National Park Service was made. This is why Smokey the Bear was a thing. What the frick? Did we just forget? Cal Fire? Cal Fire's cool. They have a 747. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, is in Pasadena. It's near one of these fires. That could be problematic. Like, dudes, here's the thing. I love industry. I love this stuff. Make more of this. I would call myself an industrialist, absolutely. But I'm smart enough to know that if you just build industry willy-nilly and do not find a symbiotic relationship with your natural ecosystem where you choose to build your industrial equipment, nature will have a way of giving you the middle finger, proverbially. This is why we do environmental impact reports. It's not just there to appease tree huggers. Okay? You do environmental impacts to make sure, that your residential neighborhood doesn't catch on fire. Or your pad doesn't fall into the swamp. Or your bridge doesn't get taken out by a hurricane. Those are really, really important. You got to respect Mother Nature, or, Mother Nature will screw with you. Nature, excuse me. Sorry, native tongue came out there for a second. JPL closed up shop and said some of their employees had lost their homes. That sucks, man. Have you ever heard... What's that, Charles? Have you ever heard of any reports that firefighters are finding hydrants that are dry and don't have the water to fight fires with? I've heard about that, dude, but I don't know if that's... Honestly, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's people making up stuff. I've heard people say that they didn't refill their California didn't refill their fire suppression irrigation lakes or something. They used that water for something else, or like they used it for potable water or whatever. It's exactly. It's never, guys. It's never one thing. It's never, ever. Disasters never can be attributed to one singular thing. It doesn't matter if it's nature. It doesn't matter if it's a human-made disaster. It is oftentimes the construct in which this disaster exists. It is a lot more complicated than just black and white. Every time. Look at Challenger. Everybody's like, oh, the O-rings. The O-rings. But if you've listened to me talk about Challenger before, you know it's not just the O-rings. There's a lot more stuff at play than just an O-ring freezing and malfunctioning. It is always a cascading effect. It is always cascading failure modes every single time. So Charles, that probably has something to do with it. Right? Probably has something to do with it. It's, probably a little bit of climate change. I would say human-induced climate change, probably a little bit of naturally induced climate change too. Failing to trim the underbrush, stuff like that. It's always compounding. It's never one thing, ever. No disaster works like that. Pompeii. Okay, so that probably, you probably shouldn't have built a village at the bottom of a volcano. But then again, the Romans didn't know that. It's just like Swiss cheese. When all the holes line up, something's going to happen. There you go, James. Every time. I wonder how many power substations are affected by these fires. I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Speaking of cascading effects, apparently there's a problem going on with the water in Richmond, Virginia, where a city pump room flooded after a power outage, thus took down the management computers. And now the neighboring counties are struggling to supply water to Richmond. Are there any fail-safes to our infrastructure? We probably should have thought about that. Made this stuff. But, whatever. It's fine. Is anything important in JPL right now that we know of on the books? Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of things. Like the, Curiosity and Perseverance Control Centers goalie. That's probably important. Still do land is cheap. Yeah, that's right. They still do. Land is cheap there. Yeah, that's, Pilot, I've been there. I've seen it. I've seen, like the Amalfi Coast and stuff, and around Naples, around where Pompeii is. It's it is beautiful. I will say it's a very beautiful part of the world. No return on investment on redundant systems. Yeah, public infrastructure isn't really designed for return on investment. But Okay. You don't want to know the answer to that question, David. I know the answer to that question, guys. It was kind of rhetorical. The answer is no. Do they have a backup place for commanding JPL probes? I don't know, Joe. Probably. Tell that to all the for-profit energy companies out there. Yeah. Do not go reading any reports from cybersecurity infrastructure. Yeah, Tavern Lung, I'm not a cybersecurity guy per se, but I'm sure I could. Okay. Did you guys ever watch Mark Zuckerberg testify to Congress about Facebook and technology and stuff like that? Did you guys ever watch that? I forget when that testimony was. It was probably like 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, Kenny, they have no clue. Yeah. It's not about Ryzen. It's not about Mark Zuckerberg's like his outlook on things, right? But it's very clear that the people that are in charge of cybersecurity don't really understand what cybersecurity is. Yeah. They have a superfluous level of understanding at best. Oh yeah, Kenny, and oh dude, when they brought the freaking TikTok CEO in, oh my god. It was one of those moments where you're just like, oh, geez. Oh, dear. Do you think the payload bay door will close on ship 33? Outdoorsman, I think it will. Yeah, I think that they figured out all the kinks with the payload bay door from flight 3, I think it was. It's so bad you can't do anything but laugh. Yeah. Yeah, so Tavern, no, I get you with the whole cybersecurity thing, dude. You know, it's just, it's very interesting how, like, even in the space program, dudes, like, you know, you see competitors just come up with a rocket design that just looks exactly like something we've made over here. And even going even further, going even older than that, you know, Buran just borrowed the shuttle's aerodynamic shape, or, well, hypersonic shape. You know, they just borrowed it. And they just somehow knew how to make silicate-based tiles. That's weird. Yeah, wonder how they figured that out. Yeah, Tessa. Yeah, it was the same people that legislated DMCA and stuff. You're just like, wow, you guys really don't know what you're talking about, do you? Like, dude, I'm not a software guy. Like, I don't know. I'm not that well versed in that kind of stuff. Like, nor am I with cybersecurity, but I know enough about computers to know that these people have no idea what they're saying. Yeah, okay. Public infrastructure does not give returns on investments, not directly. Exactly, Yannick. That's why I'm always pro infrastructure. Like, look at how we play workers. Look at how we play workers and resources. I sink a ton of money into the highways. That seems to carry a high price tag, but it doesn't carry a high price tag when I can feed a factory with very high throughput because of highways. Yeah. Infrastructure is always going to get you a return on investment in a capitalistic society. I mean, you know, workers and resources, I get it. That's not a capitalistic game. Yeah, that's why we trade resources on the market. Yeah, no, it's a communist game. I'm telling you, the Soviet veneer for workers and resources is just that, a veneer. It's a very capitalistic game, right? Buran boosters look quite nice. Zeniths are very good design, Ryzen. Real good. That RD-170 is a... For 1980s propulsion, that's like... The stuff that Energomash was churning out in the late 80s, early 90s, was... Like, RD-180s and RD-170s to the 1980s is what Raptor 3 is to the 20-teens. Or the 2020s, excuse me. I forgot what decade it was. Sorry, COVID. Yeah, Tessa, I know. Let's not go down that path anymore, dude. You're using an RD-170 now in KSP. Dude, so smart. The metallurgistic breakthroughs that the Soviets came up with to be able to handle the heat of an oxygen-rich stage combustion. Yeah, that was a big deal. That was a big deal for the time. A very big deal. He meant early 90s, not early 90s. Yeah. To be fair, communism was also a bit of a veneer for the Soviet Union as well. Yeah, of course, Fall. Oh, I just thought of something. I just thought of something that's probably going to piss people off, but... You guys know how if you buy a computer from like a certain manufacturer and it has that manufacturer's custom software, right? And are you guys familiar with bloatware? Like, it's just something that they put on top of like the operating system to make it seem like it's our version of this, right? Communism is bloatware for capitalism. Oh, I'm breaking my own rules. I'm sorry. Oh, God. It's true. The more you think about it, the worse it gets. Ah! Dell, yeah. It's just bloatware. jeez. It's so screwed up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. This space news went kind of... I'm stealing that. New cars be like, oh, it's too real, dude. Yeah, no, I'm not above my own rules, David. That's always been my rule. If somebody just said that in chat, I would have had them timed out. So I'll time myself out and we'll change the subject. Anyway, Yuri, I basically accidentally made thick Zenit, RD-170 first stage, RD-120 second stage, 4.5 meter diameter instead of 3.9. Nice. Healthy little vehicle. Sounds good. Yuri, Russia would never be able to build something like that. Your core stage, believe it or not, Yuri, I don't know if you knew this, dude. Your core stage diameters on all Russian rockets are limited by how wide of a rocket you can move on your railway systems. Because Russia doesn't have highways, nor do they have canals that go between where you build the rockets and where the rockets launch. You only have trains, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with trains. I love trains, right? That's why Proton, for instance, right, uses a wider core diameter. But the first stage is basically a bunch of smaller UR rockets all kind of stapled together, like a Saturn 1B. And that's how it's assembled at the launch site. It's assembled in pieces. But yeah, core stage diameter is limited. That's why Zenit is, what did you say? A 3.9? You know, Zenit, Soyuz, Angara. Yeah, it's all limited by railway throughput. That's your bottleneck there. That's why Buran, Energia, they were moved via airplanes, because you're not moving that on a train. And there's no highway that goes from Moscow to Baikonur. Yeah, we do the same thing with SRBs. That's right. Isn't it very hard for Russia to build highways in their climate? Yes, Rico, absolutely. Russia has to deal with permafrost, which is why railroad tracks make sense and highways really don't. Yeah, permafrost is a big problem. It's just part of the ground that's just permanently frozen. Yeah, permafrost is a big problem. It's really hard to build a highway on permafrost. And I know what people are saying. If they should do that. They should do that. No, Alaska is a good example of similar terrain, and the U.S. doesn't have many highways there. In fact, the Alcan Highway, the highway that goes through Canada that connects Washington State to Alaska, is dirt. For this exact reason. Yep, they never paved it, and they never will, because if you pave it, the environment will eat that road in a year. Less than a year, because permafrost do be like that. The Soyuz thrust vector control system is really nice. Do any other rockets use that system? Those are called vernier thrusters, Ryzen, and yeah, absolutely. Atlas used those for a long time. Firefly has a really, really crazy version of that, where they don't have little wiggly thrusters. The whole thruster moves, or they have 4 engines on Firefly and the Alpha rocket. Excuse the pinky finger. They have 4 engines like this. 2 of them move this way, move that way, and 2 of them move that way. Very similar to how the RD-107s work on Soyuz. Or actually, a closer analog would be the RD-108, the center Soyuz second stage, core stage. Maybe I just moved my thick Zenits on the Antonov 225. I built it too for your shuttle. Good man. Permafrost collapse is also a thing that can happen. Yeah, exactly, Aqualex. This is why permafrost is sucks. Because permafrost if it collapses, it's sinkholes on steroids. Yeah, that's why the Russians don't build like a super highway from Vladivostok to like Moscow, because of that. Because you'll be driving down the road at some point and then it'll just be this. Yeah, that's why there's no super highways in Alaska either. It's really hard to build highways in frozen... I was about to say hellholes, but yeah, you get the idea. Yeah, so the Russians are constricted via railroads. See, with railroads, you don't have to worry about that as much, right? It's still a problem, right? The Alaskan oil pipeline is several feet above the ground and has heat sinks on it. Yes, exactly, Bright. When do the stranded astronauts return? March. But Ojo, a strange question about a doubt that came to me last night. In your opinion today, would the power of a Threadripper be able to manage the onboard computer of a super heavy vehicle like Starship SLS or New Glenn? No, Bodojo. No, it would not. Okay. This it might be able to. Okay, so we're gonna get into computer hardware engineering here for a second. A Threadripper, that physical architecture, how that thing is made, like those, like modern new processors, like the newest processor or whatever, like for a PC, the physical architecture of that processor is not designed. I mean, maybe it probably could, to be honest with you, but there's a difference between like the computer processors that go on spacecraft and the processors that go on, like that you put in your computer. Could you make it run it? Yeah, sure. But you'd have to worry about other things. Could it run it? Yeah, probably. You have to worry about other things like bit flipping. Bit flipping is a big problem in space. Basically, radiation will rewrite the code. It'll flip a bit because electromagnetic fields do that, or radiation, I should say. Yeah, the architecture needs to be rad hardened. Now, you could just rad harden a regular processor, but like a lot of avionics systems that are on rockets have a physically different architecture. Like the processors is physically made different. Now, why is it made different? Processors on spacecraft aren't designed to really, I guess the right way to say it would be extremely high processing power, but extremely low memory. I guess that would be the right way to say it. The architecture is physically different. Flight computers are designed to handle a lot of bandwidth in a very short period of time. I don't remember the name, dude. I don't remember the name of that type of processor architecture. I forget. Long story short, yeah, Bodojo, probably, but you might 100% the processor and melt it. What the heck is the name of that processor? I had somebody explain it to me one time. Processors that are on airplanes, like computers that are on airplanes, space shuttles, spacecraft, stuff like that, are designed to handle a lot going on all at once. It's more like the North Bridge on a motherboard. It's more like that. It's designed to handle a lot of computing really, really quickly. Yeah, the processor is physically built different. It's optimized around like bandwidth of processing, not just straight clock speed. I don't know enough about hardware engineering to explain it right. Now, Bodojo, with all that being said, want to know what Falcon 9 runs? Falcon 9's guidance system is Unix-based, believe it or not. It's Unix-based. And the processors on Falcon 9 are Core 2 Duos. Off the shelf. They're dual-core processors that are running in RAID. Yep. SpaceX overcame the problem of bit flipping by running processors in RAID. As far as I know, that's the first time that's happened, but no, the space shuttle did that too. The space shuttle had pentuple redundant onboard computers. Yeah, five-fold redundant processor on the space shuttle. Yeah. SpaceX basically took dual cores and ran them in RAID. And Yeah, that worked. I don't know if they still do that anymore. They might. Yeah, it's just running in RAID. So anybody that knows anything about running in RAID, right? You have 3 processors that are designed to do the exact same thing, right? And if one of them detects a difference between the other 2, it's used as a check. So if a bit flips on one processor, the other 2 go, nope, that bit flipped, and they flip it back. They run in RAID. Yeah, that was SpaceX's avionics solution for not making like a rad hardened, for not buying that other type of processor that I'm telling you about. I'm blanking on the name, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, Hokie, I learned that from that AMA. Yep. Yeah, the Space Shuttle and Orion do the same thing. That's right, Rev. Yeah, the Space Shuttle was the first to do it as far as I can tell. Yeah, the Space Shuttle had pentuple redundant flight computers. And it was coded in HAL-S, which is a military avionics code, I think. I'm sure Dragon does the same thing. Yeah. Seems to have worked just fine. Yeah. You're talking coarse-grained reconfigurable architecture? I think, Ray, I don't remember. I don't remember the name. I'd have to go look. Thank you for your disponibility. Sure. Yeah. The Space Shuttle's processing power is radically low by modern standards. Stolfar, yeah, you're right. But the interesting thing is that you don't need a lot of processing power to fly a spacecraft. Seriously, you don't need a lot of processing power. You need bandwidth, as far as from what I understand. I don't know, Hokie. That's not the name, but anyway, most of the chips out there that go on satellites probes are running on IBM PowerPC architecture from the 90s. Same stuff that was in the G3 and G4 Max. That sounds right, Tessa, but I don't know. That's not the name. Enroy was telling me about this one time. If you guys watch racing, Enroy, he was describing processor architecture to me. Man, that conversation was like 5 years ago. Yeah, Kenny, that's right. Low Earth orbit radiation environment is nothing compared to a Mars trip. Once you get out into deep space, it's a totally different ball game. You know, a lot of people, don't get me wrong, I have my qualms with the Orion program, but a lot of people wonder why Orion carries a heavy price tag. I don't think the average person understands how incredibly difficult it is to make a human-rated spacecraft operate operate solo out beyond the Van Allen belts. That is very, very difficult to do. And I know what people are going to say. Well, we did it in the 60s, EJ. We did that in the 60s. You got to remember, Orion is not designed to just do what the Apollo CSM is designed to do. It's not designed to go out there and back. Orion can stay out there and loiter indefinitely at Gateway for a very long time. That is an entirely different ballgame, dudes. An entirely different ballgame. It is that's really complicated to make that happen. That's part of the reason why Orion has taken so long. The other reason is that they don't give it anything to do. Yeah, but you've heard me talk about that before. Redundant processing is actually fairly standard in aerospace, so the level of redundancy is amplified in space applications. Actually, can you guess which aircraft first flew with redundant flight computers for dependable fly-by-wire? It was a highly modified A7 or F8 Aquilux. NASA used it as a test bed. I forget the name. I'm blanking on it. And if it wasn't that, the F-16, most likely. Yeah, kind of, Tessa, yeah. Rev, you wish we could remember more details about it, but your dad works at a chip plant, and they pretty much have a monopoly on the rad-hardened chips. Stuff he works on goes pretty much in every spacecraft out there. Oh, the Arrow. Ah, yeah. Nice. Did you see they're working on the Orion capsule for Artemis 5 already? Yep. PIC-64HPSC. Oh, that might be it, Gareth. I forget, dude. So, like, rad hardening and processing bandwidth are like, yeah, like avionics are different than like off the shelf stuff. But once again, you know, once upon a time, Falcon 9 was a brand new launch vehicle, and everybody looked at SpaceX and thought they were absolutely insane for A, making something, coding a guidance system in Unix, and B, using an off-the-shelf processor for your avionics. But that proved to be a huge W, operating in RAID like that with dual-core processors. Yeah, they're using Intel dual cores. All right. What year is it? Oh, nice. I never caught you live before. What's up, Minx? You've never caught me live? I stream like 10 hours a day. How do you never catch me? Well, there's that whole other side of the world thing, and I'm going to assume that that's that. So throw them in a computer. What hand could we play? We're talking Minesweeper, Oregon Trail, Roller Coaster Tycoon. You could probably play RCT on those, but you got to keep in mind that the codes for them would never... The code that it's made for them, goalies, would not jive well. You know, you can't... It would be like taking a Coyote 5.0 Ford engine and then somehow trying to hook it to an LS computer, like a Chevy computer control for an LS. Like that's not. I mean, I'm sure. You know what, dude? I'm sure someone's done it. To be honest, I'm sure somebody's done it. But that does, you know, LSs have one cam. Coyote engines have two. Yeah, you're talking about a very different architecture here. I'm bad at checking Twitch. I usually catch the VODs on YouTube. No problem, Minx. It's all good. It's all good. Thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. Hi, by the way. Excuse me. Sorry, I have a message about Flame Trench and stuff. Okay. There's a dragon on ship. What? What? We're trying something different. We're having our hosts... What? The current IBM Rad-Hard and CPUs are based on the same chip that use the power of the Wii U. Running at a third speed at most, or more commonly down to a 10th. Yeah, Tessa, it's very interesting stuff. It's stuff that, it's just a rabbit hole that I've never gotten into. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's dragons on the flaps. See that right there? Yep. What is this NSF thing? We are trying something different. We have our hosts speaking to you in their native language. So if you know Spanish or German or English, or just want to listen to ambient sounds, choose Klingon. You now have your choice. Video below. I don't hear any language. The YouTube video, I'm guessing, and not the X video. The X video? I'll go to YouTube.
And see, hey, there may be explosives in this area if a fire starts or something. I think the guess there was doing FTS work in Mega Bay 2 and needing to put up that orange octagon sign. to denote that there are potential explosives in the area. I think that's a pretty good guess. But if y'all have other guesses, toss them down in the comments. I'll read them. I'll respond.
Hi, Das. What are you doing? Oh, Ben, get out of here. Don't do that. We don't need to let our craziness leak into the NSF chats. Only do that during the flame trench. Okay? Okay? Don't do that. Where do you do this? It's not the subtitle. Hey, why does he have subtitles? Oh, I can't understand you. Am I stupid? Don't answer that. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. No, I am definitely in the wrong place. I thought it was over here. I don't think it works during the premiere. Oh. You sent the communism clip to Fat Electrician? Do you know that guy? Outdoorsman? Do you know that dude? I mean, I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Oh, dear. I thought you might have found that interesting. I was thinking about talking to some mod creators to see if someone would want to mod the early Star motors. Oh. Interesting. Check last. Okay. Okay. The dragon is a reinforcement plate, believe it or not. Yeah, I saw it, dude. That's cool. Maybe? Oh, God. Well, Outdoorsman, tell him I watch. And his video about Carlos Hathcock is amazing, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Also, don't touch the boats. Don't touch our boats. Don't do it. Don't touch the boats. You might need to see your last message. I was continuing it. That's why I got a little confused. I found out you had interesting family ties, Sunfuse. I had an uncle that worked on the Nike Zeus missiles and a cousin that worked at Thiokol. I've got some really cool schematics of Star SRBs. I thought you might have found that interesting. Yeah, that's pretty cool, dude. Carlos, a fellow jarhead, a hero of yours. Yeah, yeah. Hathcock is... That man is discipline incarnate. Like, okay. If you guys don't know about that guy, like, whoa. Whoa. You missed Simo? Simo was good. Don't get me wrong. I know about Simo. Sisu. Swami. I know about Simo. But what Hathcock did is a little nuts, dude. Yeah, go watch Fat Electrician's video about him. Crazy. So, dude, this stuff, like, I'm amazed a movie has never been made about this dude. Yeah, it's crazy. But that's cool that NSF is doing other languages. That's awesome. Good stuff. His Simo video is fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff. By raw kill count, Simo wins, though I do wonder why no one mentions Malwini? I don't know. Man, now I want to play Hearts of Iron. Crap. The nerve of why he had the feather was insane. Betting on the miss while guaranteeing you're what they're looking at, not the rest of your team. Yeah, that's right, dude. Unreal. X-Wing. Mrs. X-Wing is in the Army Reserve and is a drill sergeant. She is very impressed with your YouTube tastes. Fat electricians, good people. Yeah, X-Wing, to be 100% honest with you, I do like firearms. I'm very interested in the mechanics behind how firearms works. So, like, I do watch Forgotten Weapons, Brendan Herrera from time to time. Demo Ranch. I don't watch them all the time. It's more car stuff and space stuff. But yeah, firearms are cool. I'm interested in the mechanics behind them. Just like any other piece of equipment. Go figure. Yes, I butchered this spelling. Chuck Maloney. I've not heard of this dude. He's a U.S. Marine who holds the Corps' record for the most confirmed sniper kills, having 103 confirmed kills, 216 probable in 16 months during the Vietnam War. Yow. Whoa. That's crazy. I'm going to leave that article open. I'm going to read that later. I watch Slow-Mo Guys, Tessa. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Actually, you know, while we're on the subject of that, I don't have any more space news for you, so, yeah. I don't have much. Yeah, we talked about everything. I think we got all of it. Brimo and I have been watching SAS Rogue Heroes, which is a kind of mockumentary thriller about the first Special Air Service and how they were made in World War II and what they did and stuff. It's fantastic. Season 2 just came out. It's amazing. Really good stuff. Gained a lot of respect for those guys, that's for sure. Rogue Heroes is so good. Yeah. Fantastic stuff, dude. How about this fun crossover? Have you seen the space gun being built with, if I recall correctly, an automotive engineer to help make things producible? Yeah, I've heard about that. Wasn't that the gun that Saddam Hussein wanted? Okay, non-space news. Watch the MSC trailer, please. Oh gosh, is this appropriate for work? Quote unquote. I need to reach out to another cousin as they worked for Martin Marietta before they merged. Apparently they have proposals and schematics of Saturn and Nova that were never built. Cool. No, a new one in Cali being built now. No. I haven't heard about that, Oculus. That's interesting. Cool. But yeah, X-Wing. I do like military history. Military history is very, very cool. I find that there's overlap, and keep in mind, I'm an armchair general at best, like, and an armchair rocket scientist. Like, I'm just a Twitch streamer. But from what I can surmise, the mentality that you need to do like a military operation is very similar to conducting a spaceflight mission. You gotta be absolutely sure. You gotta be prepared as best as you possibly can, no excuses, or else something bad's gonna happen. It seems to be a very similar type of mentality. Like, if you look at like Gene Kranz and Chris Kraft, the guys that wrote the book on how to run mission control, they're all ex-military. You know, that's not a coincidence. You know. So, yeah, I find that I kind of get how like tactics work, but I'm a civilian. I'm not active service or former service. No way. I'm just a civilian. It's like aviation maintenance, only more serious. Bingo, Dan. Yeah, that's all the same stuff, dude. Yeah, if, you know, with airplane maintenance can basically boil down to one thing. If you're not sure that it's good to go, don't fly. Pretty simple stuff. It's these guys, long shot space. Oh, that! Dude, yeah, I saw this. Yeah, these guys. Yeah, okay. Good luck with that one. Forged in fire? When in doubt, throw it out. Yep. What's forged in fire? I've heard it before. You never send it with aviation. Ever. Yep, I'm going to make the call because I know what the right answer is. Yeah. The second you don't do that, people get hurt. Doesn't matter if it's airplanes, spacecraft, you know, a military operation, you gotta be careful. Forged in Fire is a TV show. Interesting. I'll have to watch that. It's a smithing reality TV show where people make blades and test them to win. Oh, that's kind of cool. I'm not really... Hand-to-hand combat does not interest me. It's a TV show that where they make knives and swords. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a knife and sword guy, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm sure I'd appreciate it, but yeah. Anyway, guys. All right. I think we're good. I think we're good with space news. Give me a 4-gauge shotgun round. I'll be good. 4-gauge. You want to... I mean... Do you care about your shoulder when you... Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Are you reading the YouTube chat? I'm reading both chats, STX. I tried to let you guys know what chat I'm reading by turning my head. If I'm reading over there, that's Twitch chat. If it's over there, it's YouTube. And I also repeat the name of who's asking questions. So yeah, if I'm looking stage left, it's YouTube. Stage right is Twitch, where it's always been. 700 nitro? I mean, what are you trying to dislocate your arm or something? Like... Monster fish? Oh, mutter, that's cool, dude. Ship 33 is going to roll tonight. Your shoulder's already screwed. All right. I mean, guys, I'm a 308 appreciator. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. 308 and 45 ACP. If we're going to talk about that stuff, like, that's fine. All you need is one. Body armor. All you need is one. That's it. KS23, 6.3 gauge. All right. I mean, I'm not mad. That's just impressive. Interesting, Aqualex, yeah. Like 45 since they don't make 46. Right. 30-06 go brrr. Ah. A man of taste. Fury, I see. Friday's going to be a busy day. Yeah, something like that. They broke the mold with the M14. I love battle rifles, Poison. Battle rifles are FAL, M14, G3, AR-10. I like those a lot. Oh, yeah. M14 is just an evolution of the Garand, so I like that too. It's a better version. M22. Ah, I see you're a sniper. Wait, isn't it an M21? Ever shoot an old M1? No, I've never shot an M1. I've never shot an M14 either, for what it's worth. I have shot a FAL, though, and I enjoyed every second of that. Just... You know? Somebody gifted a sub to Lost Kerbal. Thank you very much. Come to Missouri, we'll change that. All right, I'll think about it. Guy at the range once had a restored N1, and it was so sick. The ping was, yeah, the ding, you know. M2 carbine, or M3 carbine's a full auto M1. Yikes. Your carry is an FN 510, so your pistol experience is with 10 millimeter. 510 enjoyer, good for you. Good stuff, dudes. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't talk about guns too much. I don't think this is necessarily the right venue for this, you know. But it's very interesting, the evolution of, like, firearms, going from, like, a flintlock to gas-operated rotating bolt, or like if you're an MP5 enjoyer or a G3, like a delayed roller bearing, that's very interesting mechanics. Yeah, very interesting stuff. Just traded in your Browning for a Shadow Systems XR920p. In Escape from Tarkov, they released a gun called Blicky. It's a 1mm handgun. I like fire. Yeah, all systems. That's kind of where I'm at. I like firearms the same way I appreciate, yeah, any mechanical equipment. Yeah, it's super interesting. Nice, Cozy. That's cool. All right. Well, guys, the Chris Vector. The Vector is very interesting, Dan, because you are using the blowback moment. So it's a 45 ACP direct blowback system. What the Vector does is it uses the blowback function to generate a moment of inertia that counters the recoil of the weapon. So you could just sit there with a Chris and go... You can just mag dump it and it doesn't rise on you. That's because the way the bolt works is that it goes backwards and then it has a connecting rod that goes down the grip. So the bolt going back moves a weight that goes down, and that weight makes the gun want to go down. It basically counteracts the recoil from the blowback. Very smart. Very interesting system. Any good news since we're reading about relativity? The relativity news is not ideal, Sea Kraken, but it doesn't mean that they're bankrupt. Like, that doesn't mean that they're done either. That just means that they're kind of floundering a little bit. Yeah, recoil mitigation. We went from flint... Yeah, there you go. Watch video, por favor. All right, we will finish by watching this trailer. I have to... All right, this is the last thing we're going to do. It's similar to the P90. Not really. No. The P90... I'd have to go look at I'd have to go read the manual of arms for one of those. I don't really know. I know the P90 is a bullpup and it has a weird corkscrew feed mechanism on the magazine, but in concept, not the actual mechanism. Yeah, the P90, as far as I can tell, is just blowback with 5.7mm ammunition. It's the same ammunition as a 5.7 because they're designed to go together. I don't think the P90's bolt like goes down and counteracts recoil. The bullpup design of a P90 does that a lot better, but I don't know. All right, let's see what we got here. Summer car trailer. Oh.
I'll tell you why this is not a Funkame.
Is this the official trailer?
Assembled eventually breaks down. Cops do not care about your car. Watching rally is so addicting you burn your food. Dance band performs in playback. Nobody is paying you to play computer camera.
Computer camera.
Grandma keeps repeating the same old crap. Only death saves you from working all the time. In every competition, you are most likely the slowest one. When you nail that hand tractor, nobody sees it. And when you file it, there are spectators witnessing it. Car maintenance does not increase quality of life. And ignoring it can make things even worse.
Oh, jeez. I've played a lot of this game. I have probably like 3,000 or 4,000 hours in MSC. I play on permadeath. I've never made it to the rally race. It's a hard game to play on permadeath, man. Don't make me play that game again, please. Game is so difficult. That's it. Make it to the rally race this year.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it, okay? You don't look happy with the idea. I like the idea of playing Summer Car during the summer, Poison. That's pretty good. Game was taken out of early access and will be 1.0 soon. I know, Tara. Yeah, somebody linked it up right when they announced it. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again while expecting different results. I know. That's why I stopped. Kevin! What are we talking about? Are we talking about the fact that New Glen hasn't rolled out yet? Hi, Kevin. It's not going on Friday, is it? Yeah, Kevin's over in the Twitch chat, Outdoorsman. Yeah, KMR. Yeah, he lurks on the stream. He likes me for some reason. I don't know why. Hi, Kevin. Summer Car is an amazing game, Cozy. It is just... Yeah, that's probably... It's just... Yeah, that's the best way to describe that game. It's going on Monday at 4. Outdoorsman over in the YouTube chat, Kevin says ship 26. You bet it won't. If chat could find EJ a Nissan Cherry or a Datsun 100A, he'd wrench on. Oh, believe me, I could. Sasquatch, I could build that car. Yeah, if we found a 100A, yeah, I could take that thing apart with my eyes closed. And I know how to wire it because I wired that thing, and that thing has about a similar level of complexity to its wiring harness. Yep. Oh, I could fix that car. Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. No, you got to get Donut Operator's Hilux. I like Hilux's, Outdoorsman, but Hilux's ain't no match to some of the trucks I have sitting in my driveway. Best ship! Starship and New Glen's launch delays have felt like playing Leapfrog. Yeah, Minx, it's such a pain in the butt, dude. Yeah, Outdoorsman, I got a couple of... Well, there's that old Ford truck that I just showed, the 59, and then I have a 97, and even though it's not mine, I have an 87 as well. Oh gosh, have we made it to the part of the stream where we look at Marketplace? Oh no. A 74 Saab Sonnet? I don't want to sob. No. No, thank you. No, I'm good. I'm good, thanks. They were the used part of 26 for HLS testing. Who knows, dude? Maybe. The manual flip-up lights. Yeah, hard pass, dude. Good luck finding parts for that, Bill. Those things have centrifugal clutches? Oh, dear. Copium. Well, it's on the trailer, 3,500 OBO. Otherwise, I'll take it off and fix it. Stupid science space question. Sure. But with our super instruments, have we more or less determined that there isn't any new resources elements for billions of light years? Yes and no. Cozy? Yes and no. Think about space like this, dude. Think about if humans couldn't go in the ocean and we didn't have boats or submarines, okay? Think about that, right? How could we observe what the ocean is? We could stand on a beach and look at it. You could see what the thing washes up, right? All the seaweed, maybe a dead fish, right? A crab or whatever, right? And then, like, you could use satellites to kind of look down at it, right? But you can't go in it because boats don't exist, right? Just play off that notion for a second. That's space. Would we know as much about the ocean if we didn't have submarines? No, absolutely not. Not even close. Or boats, for that matter? No, no way. We need... What I'm trying to say is that we should launch a Typhoon-class submarine into space. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No, we've only scratched the surface of what's out there, dude. We can sit here, we can look at it, but we don't have anything to get there. Like, could we get to Alpha Centauri? Yeah, we figured out how to get there. Do we know what Alpha Centauri is? Sure, absolutely. Do we know where it is? Could we plot a course to it? Sure, it would take a very long time to get there. It would be like trying to cross the ocean in a rowboat. We need to go out there and look. But we need better ways to go out there and look. Think about it like that. Yeah, space submarine. Yes, exactly. All right. Anyway, guys, I have to go look at itineraries. I will tell you what my plans are regarding Flight 7. And Kevin, you too, if you're still here. With New Glenn slipping, I might have to stream through the weekend. And if I stream through the weekend, I don't think going to Flight 7 is a good idea. Maybe we should go to 8. Thank you for your patience. Tara, don't worry about it. Kevin, I was planning on going down there, but I don't have any plane tickets made. So unless I want to drive over to you and we get in the car and we drive for like 30 hours straight to Boca, it's going to be a little bit of a fat chance because I want to cover New Glenn and Starship, you know? I might wait for Flight 8 just because, yeah, New Glenn's is really screwing this up. Oh, nice, Hellfish. Yeah, I'll check that out. We can support you at the bunkhouse. Give you a place to stream. Okay, I'll go make plane tickets. Okay, I'll go make plane tickets. Kevin, let can I talk to you in over in voice for a little bit after this? All right, cool. So guys, that's going to do it for me. that was a fun space news. I will see you guys tomorrow. We have the L-153 launch at 11 p.m. Eastern, or 10:52 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And then New Glenn maybe at 1 a.m. on Friday morning, which is a couple hours after that. I'll be here at 12, and I have us teed up for Satisfactory. Yeah, we're going to work on the Autumn tomorrow. And then Space News, and then After Hours, and then L-153, and then maybe New Glenn Asterix. Come to Glenn, then go to Starship. No. All right. Okay, Jojo. Yep. We request a raid, my good man. You're not making this easier to leave. Yeah, Drool, for sure. Italix is playing Project Zomboid. Let's go see what he's up to. On the YouTube side of things, don't worry about this. This is a thing for Twitch. Go see what Italix is up to, guys, and I will talk to you later. Kevin, I'll see you over in voice in a moment. Go see what he's up to. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you all tomorrow at, noontime. Regular start time. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.